Chapter 1540. Liang Yong. Ah, Liang Yong. Don't tell this sect master that you didn't know anything about what happened here. Yang Kai sneered as he stared at Liang Yong. The latter's body trembled as a look of horror appeared on his face. Sect master is wise. Subordinate really didn't know anything about this matter. This was the first time Subordinate heard about it today. Only now did he realize the situation in Blue Wave City was so bad. How could Liang Yong dare admit it? He had seen Yang Kai's methods before, so if he really admitted it, this place would be his burial ground today. No matter what, he couldn't admit it, so Liang Yong denied it. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin? Must I find evidence before you give up? Since that's the case, this sect master will fulfill your wish. Give me your space ring. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he shouted. Liang Yong's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. How could he agree? He could only open his mouth and say, Sect Master. I beg Sect Master to reconsider. This subordinate is completely loyal to Sect Master and will definitely not disobey Sect Master's wishes or do anything that would tarnish the sect's reputation. This space ring is subordinate's secret. Even if Sect Master requests it, subordinate cannot agree. Please understand, Sect Master. Enough nonsense. Yang Kai coldly snorted before reaching out and grabbing the ring on Liang Yong's hand. A look of struggle flashed across Liang Yong's face before his eyes filled with determination. Seeing Yang Kai reach out, Liang Yong pushed his Saint Chi violently to resist. How could he have known that just as he moved, the surrounding space would suddenly solidify and a violent pressure would press down on him from all directions, making it difficult for him to even move. With a loud crackling sound, tiny void cracks visible to the naked eye began swimming around Liang Yong like fish. Liang Yong was so frightened that he didn't dare to move, for fear that he would be swallowed by these void cracks. In a flash, his space ring fell into Yang Kai's hand, causing Liang Yong's face to suddenly turn pale. Grabbing Liang Yong's space ring, Yang Kai sneered softly, sweeping the contents of the ring with his divine sense, his face gradually becoming gloomy. Immediately, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a series of clattering sounds rang out. In front of the city lord's mansion, a small mountain of high-rank Saint crystals immediately appeared. The onlookers stared at this huge number of Saint crystals and couldn't help gulping as a burst of exclamations rang out. When had they ever seen such a large amount of wealth? Although no one knew exactly how many Saint crystals there were at least hundreds of millions of them, and if one could obtain them, they wouldn't need to worry about cultivation for several lifetimes. In addition to Saint crystals, there were also various boxes. Yang Kai didn't know what was inside these boxes, but the boxes themselves were carved out of valuable materials, so it wasn't hard to imagine what was inside. Where did you get so many good things? Yang Kai looked at Liang Yong with a dark expression. Give me a reasonable explanation, and I won't kill you. Liang Yong's face turned ashen. He had no way to explain himself. The evidence was right in front of them. If Yang Kai hadn't plundered the wealth of the 9 cities under heaven battling city, how could he have amassed such a huge fortune by himself? No one had the ability to do that. Sect Master, please spare my life. Sect Master, please spare my life. Subordinate knows his wrongs and asks Sect Master to give Subordinate a chance to redeem himself. Subordinate will definitely not disappoint Sect Master, Liang Yong shouted. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Liang Yong, this Sect Master spared your life in Fallen Emperor Mountain and didn't take your life in Heaven Battling City because you were still a useful person. But now, you can rest in peace. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards Liang Yong. Liang Yong seemed to want to dodge, but for some reason, he couldn't and had his head grabbed by Yang Kai. Pushing his Saint Chi fiercely, Liang Yong screamed as a series of violent bursts rang out from his body. Along with this sound, Liang Yong's vitality rapidly disappeared. By the time Yang Kai withdrew his hand, Liang Yong had lost all vitality and collapsed to the ground, dark red blood flowing from his 7 orifices. Everyone was silent as they stared towards Yang Kai with complicated looks. Many of them knew Liang Yong's strength well. He was a peak 3rd-order origin returning realm cultivator, and even if he wasn't as strong as the late Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, he wasn't too far off. But such a master had been crushed to death by Yang Kai with a single hand. It wasn't any different from crushing an ant. Although most people had long heard that Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary, in the end, those were just rumors. Only after seeing it with their own eyes did they realize that the rumors were true and that his strength was even more terrifying than the rumors said. Dan Ing was dumbfounded and fell to the ground. His eyes glazed over. He had pinned all his hopes on Liang Yong, thinking that City Lord Liang would stand up for him and teach Yang Kai a lesson. But the development of the situation made him tremble in fear. First, Liang Yong addressed this young man as sect master, allowing Dan Ing to vaguely guess his true identity, and then Liang Yong, who he regarded as his pillar of support, was crushed to death. Dan Ing had always regarded High Heaven Sect as his backer, a fox exploiting the tiger's might. But how could he have known that he would inadvertently offend the sect master of this backer? How could he survive now? He saw Kai Yang's gaze sweep over him, but it didn't linger, as if he was completely ignoring his existence. It was as if he wasn't a threat to Kai Yang at all. Heh, I don't know how many of you are related to this matter, but don't be too nervous. Liang Yong is dead, and this sect master doesn't want to kill anymore. So this matter will end here. If you want to live, you should know what to do. Yang Kai looked at the cultivator who had followed Liang Yong. Most of these people were originally cultivators of Heaven Battling Union, but some were later recruited by Liang Yong, all of them origin returning realm masters. Subordinates thank sect master for not killing us. Everyone responded in unison, immediately turning around and glaring at Dan Ing. No! Dan Ing shouted in horror. But it was too late. These people swarmed over and directly drowned Dan Ing, bombarding him with various secret techniques and artifacts, killing him on the spot. Shaoqi, take care of this matter and report back to me as soon as possible. Yang Kai looked at Guqi and ordered. Yes. Where is Blue Wave City's Vice City Lord? Yang Kai looked forward again. Subordinate is here. A wretched-looking old man hurriedly walked out, his legs still shaking as he bowed to Yang Kai. Good. Take me to Blue Wave City's storehouse. Sect Master, this way please. The old man did not dare to neglect and quickly led the way. A moment later, Yang Kai stood in Blue Wave City's storehouse, looking at the dazzling array of materials and a large number of Saint crystals, clicking his tongue constantly. The so-called wealth of the people was probably referring to these things. Empty the storehouse and hand everything to Guqi. He should know what to do with it, Yang Kai ordered before turning around and leaving. The old man bowed respectfully behind him. 3 days later, in the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai sat in a chair, listening to Guqi's report. Sect Master, Liang Yong, Dan Ying's space rings, and everything in Blue Wave City's storehouse has been dispersed. Subordinate asked the cultivator in Blue Wave City to report the amount of Saint crystals he had paid and after verification, returned everything, informing them that what happened here was not instructed by my High Heaven sect, but was instead Dan Ying's own initiative. Everyone who heard this news applauded and praised Sect Master's great kindness. Enough flattery, Yang Kai shot him a disdainful glance. He didn't know why, but the more he looked at Guqi, the more he felt this guy was wretched. He couldn't help wondering how Yi Shiyun had adopted this guy in the first place. Guqi smiled awkwardly. Liang Yong is dead, so Heaven Battling City is now leaderless. You'll have to work hard for a while and stay there. If you can cultivate a capable and reliable person, you can let him take over the position of City Lord. At that time, you can return to the sect and no longer have to worry about these trivial matters. Yes, that's what I plan to do, Guqi nodded. What about the other cities under the jurisdiction of Heaven Battling City? Is the situation the same as here? Yang Kai asked again. It's not quite the same. The severity of the situation varies. Some are more serious, some are fine, but the most serious one is Blue Wave City. Good, that's good. In any case, how to deal with it is up to you. Sect Master, don't worry. Little Seven won't do those outrageous things. By the way, Sect Master, I have sent news of your return back to the sect. Great Elder wants to know how you're doing now. Me? I'm doing very well. Tell her I'll be back soon so she doesn't need to worry. Yes, Guqi nodded. There is one more thing I need to tell Sect Master. Speak. Outside the City Lord's mansion, there are a few people who have been asking to see you. saying they know you. Gucci looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and immediately knew who wanted to see him, nodded, and said, "Let them in." Gucci took the order and left. A short while later, an old man led a few young people in. Yang Kai got up and greeted them with a smile. "This old man greets Sect Master Yang." The old man quickly saluted. "Old sir need not be so polite." Yang Kai chuckled as his eyes swept behind the old man and landed on the green-clothed girl who was staring at him with a pair of big eyes, her face filled with curiosity. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and salute. Show some respect," the old man scolded. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No need, this is fine." The old man smiled bitterly. "Sect Master Yang, please don't take offense. These young people have not seen much of the world. If they have offended you in any way, please forgive them. This old man came here to thank Sect Master Yang for upholding justice for all the Blue Wave City abbots and avenging the death of my family's fourth brother. I hope Sect Master Yang can accept this old man's bow." "Old sir need not be so polite. If we really want to talk about what happened here, my High Heaven Sect also has some responsibility. If it weren't for High Heaven Sect's negligence, you would not have ended up like this. Fortunately, this matter was discovered not too late, so I hope it can be made up for in the future. It is an honor for us to live in Blue Wave City and be governed by High Heaven Sect," the old man said solemnly. Yang Kai gently nodded and grinned at the green-clothed girl. "What are you looking at me for? Don't you recognize me?" The green-clothed girl blushed and stammered. "Are you really High Heaven Sect Master? You're not lying?" Chapter 1541. Fei-er. The old man was taken aback and quickly glared at her. The girl couldn't help pursing her lips. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded. "I am High Heaven Sect Master. There's no need to pretend, right? I was just asking." The girl stuck out her tongue and suddenly seemed to make a great decision, biting her red lips and saying, "You are High Heaven Sect Master, so your words should be very useful, right?" "They should be useful. Then can you accept me into High Heaven Sect?" As soon as this statement came out, the old man was shocked and quickly apologized. He knew that High Heaven Sect never accepted anyone. A master like Liang Yong was only the city lord of Heaven Battling City and had not really become a member of High Heaven Sect. His Fei-er was just a Saint Realm cultivator, so how could she join such a sect? Although he was apologizing in fear, the old man still had some expectations. If Fei-er could really join High Heaven Sect, her future would be limitless. Currently, on Shadowed Star, High Heaven Sect was the dominant force, and no other sect could compete with it. How could one enter such a sect be lacking? Yang Kai stopped the old man's chatter and looked at the girl calmly. "Do you want to join High Heaven Sect?" The girl nodded. "Why?" Yang Kai asked. "It's cool under a big tree." The girl replied immediately without thinking. The old man's face twitched as he listened to this. Yang Kai was also stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "If I become a disciple of High Heaven Sect, no one will dare bully my family's disciples in the future," the girl added with a blush. Yang Kai smiled even more happily. "Good. Although you have some selfish motives, you are also a straightforward person. Since you want to enter High Heaven Sect so much, this sect master will accept you." "Ah." The girl's expression froze, seemingly not having expected happiness to come so suddenly. She thought she would definitely be rejected and had mentally prepared herself. "Stupid girl, quickly thank Sect Master for his kindness." The old man quickly signaled to the side. Only then did the young girl come back to her senses. She hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. The several young people who came with her all looked at her enviously. "All right, get up. I'll give you 1 day to deal with your family affairs. After 1 day, I'll return to the sect. You'll come with me then." Yang Kai waved his hand.
"Yes."
The young girl bit her red lips. Her face flushed red as she excitedly replied. There was no need for Yang Kai to worry about Blue Wave City, and Heaven Battling City didn't need him to deal with it. A day later, Yang Kai took the green-robed girl through Blue Wave City's space array, directly to Heaven Battling City, and from there, to Demon Blood City. The current Demon Blood City had already been renamed to Firmament City. It was the bridge between High Heaven Sect, which lived in the Lu Yin Desert, and the outside world, and a city directly under High Heaven Sect's jurisdiction. A few years ago, during the trip to the Emperor Garden, Demon Blood Temple's Great Elder and the beautiful Temple Master had both died at the hands of Yangkai. As a result, Demon Blood Temple's internal strife continued, resulting in countless casualties among its elders. After a few years, this sect had nearly collapsed. Seeing this situation, Yi Shiyun took her people to occupy Demon Blood City, the closest city to the sect, and renamed it Firmament City. Not to mention that Demon Blood Temple was now in decline and did not dare to resist, even when Demon Blood Temple was at its peak. With High Heaven Sect's strength, if they wanted to occupy Demon Blood City, Demon Blood Temple would not have dared to resist. Demon Blood City was so easily obtained and became High Heaven Sect's property. All supplies and cultivator traffic were transferred through Firmament City. Although today's High Heaven Sect was still located inside the Lu Yin Desert, its communication with the outside world was much more convenient. As soon as he appeared on the space array, Yang Kai heard a thunderous roar in his ears. Subordinate welcomes Sect Master back to the sect. The orderly voices frightened Lu Feier, causing the green-robed girl to hurriedly hide behind Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept his eyes around and found that almost all of High Heaven Sect's elders were here, led by Great Elder Yi Shiyun. Obviously, they had heard the news and were waiting here. Seeing that Yang Kai was not missing an arm or a leg, Yi Shiyun could not help breathing a sigh of relief. After the Battle of Ling Terminating Peak, Yang Kai, Qi Tianche, and Feng Peng suddenly disappeared for 3 years. All of High Heaven Sect had been worried about Yang Kai and had been inquiring about him everywhere, but unfortunately, nothing had been found. It was as if Yang Kai had simply disappeared from this cultivation star. Now that he had finally returned safely, Yi Shiyun was naturally happy. At first glance, her beautiful eyes could not help narrowing as she discovered that Yang Kai's cultivation had actually reached the second-order origin returning realm. Even Yi Shiyun, who had experienced countless storms and waves, could not help being shocked by this discovery. In just a few years, he had actually taken another step forward in the origin returning realm. Wasn't Sect Master's cultivation speed a bit too exaggerated? Great Elder has worked hard. Yang Kai gently nodded to Yi Shiyun. Everyone has also worked hard. Sect Master, you're being too serious. There's nothing for us to work hard for. Instead, it's the Sect Master who has been tired these past few years. Thank you, Sect Master. Yi Shiyun smiled as her beautiful eyes swept over Lu Feier before shooting a curious glance towards Yang Kai, wondering why he had brought a Saint King Realm girl with him. This girl wanted to join High Heaven Sect, so this Sect Master decided to accept her, Yang Kai explained casually. So that's how it is, Yi Shiyun nodded. Come, don't hide. Greet the elders first. Yang Kai pulled Lu Feier out from behind him. Lu Feier's face flushed red as she swept her eyes over the faces of everyone present, a look of worship and reverence filling her beautiful eyes. These people were the strongest masters from the strongest sect on Shadowed Star. Any one of these people could easily cause Shadowed Star to tremble with a single stomp of their feet. Lu Feier had never seen such a grand spectacle before. After calming her mind, Lu Feier hurriedly bowed. There's no need to be so polite. Since Sect Master has accepted you, you will be a disciple of my High Heaven Sect from now on. Cultivate well in the sect, and if your performance is good enough, you may be able to become a disciple of these people in front of you. Yi Shiyun looked at her kindly. Yes. Lu Feier nodded excitedly. Let's go back first, Yang Kai gestured. Half a day later, in the conference hall of High Heaven Sect's headquarters, the elders gathered to report to Yang Kai the situation of High Heaven Sect over the past 3 years. The best way to describe it was by leaps and bounds. Without mentioning anything else, with the addition of more than 200 cultivators from Star Emperor Mountain, High Heaven Sect's overall strength had leapt to become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. This was indisputable as no other sect could compare to the current High Heaven Sect. In addition, with Heaven Battling City taking the lead, the various cities under its jurisdiction also received a large amount of income every year. Today, High Heaven Sect no longer needed to worry about cultivation materials. There weren't many people to begin with, but supplies were constantly being transported in from all directions. Now, High Heaven Sect had 3 large warehouses, each of which was filled to the brim, but it still wasn't enough, so Yi Shiyun planned to open up more. On top of that, Clear Sky Sect and Shadow Moon Hall were allies. These two forces had always had a good relationship with Yang Kai, and in the 3 years that Yang Kai had been missing, both forces had provided great help to the development of High Heaven Sect, so Yi Shiyun had decided to form an alliance with these two sects. Under such a strong alliance, they could mutually benefit each other. There were countless forces that wanted to ally with High Heaven Sect, but none of them had a way to do so, so they could only covet the opportunities of Shadow Moon Hall and Clear Sky Sect. Yang Kai listened for a long time before nodding with satisfaction. Today's High Heaven Sect's development was on the right track. When he founded the sect, he had never imagined that it would reach its current scale. Back then, he had only brought Wu Yi and the others here on a starship to settle down. It could be said that the destruction of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain had provided unimaginable help to the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect. Without the destruction of these 3 forces, there would be no High Heaven Sect today. They had all become stepping stones to High Heaven City's fame. Half a day later, the elders dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai with Yi Shiyun. Great Elder also knew that Yang Kai must have something else to ask, so before Yang Kai could speak, Great Elder took the initiative to say, if Sect Master wishes to ask about Master's situation, Subordinate can only say that everything is the same as before. Everything is the same as before? Yang Kai murmured. Sect Master does not need to worry. Since Master said that he would sleep for 10 or 20 years, we only need to wait patiently. Yang Kai nodded, not asking any more questions. In addition, Sect Master's artifact spirit is now recuperating in the 5th layer's Earth Lung Fire Vein. Subordinate has also brought back the green sword and placed it in Sect Master's first heavenly palace. I understand. In fact, there was no need for Yi Shiyun to say anything. As soon as Yang Kai returned to the Lu Yin Desert, he sensed the location of his 2 great helpers. After all, whether it was the Firebird or the Dragon Bone Sword, they were both connected to his soul. When he was dragged into the mysterious small world by Chi Tian Che with the sealed world bead, the verdant Dragon Bone Sword was still outside. Later, during the battle, the Firebird artifact spirit was also banished, leaving only the stone mongoose with Yang Kai. Naturally, Yi Shiyun would bring them back. Back then, what happened? Why did Sect Master suddenly disappear? Is it related to that Emperor artifact? Yi Shiyun pondered for a moment before asking solemnly. She only knew that the sealed world bead was an Emperor artifact, but she did not know what kind of power it possessed. For generations on Star Emperor Mountain, no one had ever been able to refine it, so Yi Shiyun had no clue about its power. I was dragged into a mysterious small world by Chi Tian Che, Yang Kai replied. A mysterious small world. Yi Shiyun's eyes shrank. Fortunately, after spending 3 years inside, I was finally able to escape, so Great Elder doesn't need to worry too much. Seeing that he had no intention of talking more, Yi Shiyun naturally did not ask any more questions. After thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly took out an item and handed it to Yang Kai. Master sent me a message while he was asleep and asked me to give this to you. He said he wanted you to take good care of it. Star Emperor Token. Yang Kai looked at the thing Yi Shiyun handed over and shouted. Reaching out and taking it, Yang Kai gently stroked the Star Emperor token as a dignified look appeared on his face. He now had 4 of these tokens. The first was given to him by Gue Zhu and contained the divine technique of the great emperors. The second was found in the loft on the 6th floor of Lu Yan's sandfield. The third was brought to him by Gu Qi, and the 4th was the one in front of him. Chapter 1542. Yang Yun had said before that the great emperors had produced a total of 10 Star Emperor tokens, each of which was sealed with a divine technique belonging to the great emperors. Now that she wanted him to take good care of them, could there be some kind of secret hidden in these Star Emperor tokens? However, no matter what it was, he would need to collect all 10 of them to reveal it. Of course, collecting 10 was easier said than done. It had been many years since Yang Kai entered Star territory, and through various opportunities and coincidences, he only had 4 Star Emperor tokens. As for the remaining 6, who knew where they were? The only thing Yang Kai knew was that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce had a Star Emperor token on Water Moon Star, something he had inadvertently learned while chatting with Shuiyu. Yang Kai didn't think too much about it though, and after carefully putting away the fourth Star Emperor token, he asked Yi Shiyun to send a message to Qian Tong, Fei Ji Tu, and Clear Sky Sect, informing them that the time had come before leaving the hall. 3 years ago, Yang Kai had been planning a voyage. If not for the previous incident, he would likely have already entered Star territory by now. Because of the provocation from Star Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai had no choice but to delay his plans. Now that he had escaped, it was time to set sail and find a way home, where he didn't know where his beloved had fallen in Star territory. On the way to First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with Su Yan's face and his eyes softened. Back on Tongxian Realm, more than 20 years had passed. Over the past 20 years, through many ups and downs, Yang Kai's cultivation had climbed from the Saint Realm to the Origin Returning Realm, more than 100 times stronger than when he had rushed into Star territory without hesitation. However, there was no such thing as a peak in the martial Tao, and the higher his cultivation, the more Yang Kai found his shortcomings. He desperately wanted to become stronger, to climb to the peak of the martial Tao, to stand atop it and overlook all living beings. Suddenly, cheers and shouts rang out in his ears, pulling Kai Yang out of his reverie. Turning his head, he saw a group of people gathered together. He didn't know what they were doing, but it seemed to be very lively. These people were all disciples of the Haiku family who had left the family with Wu Yi and followed Yang Kai. Although their cultivations were not at the same level back then, over the years, with the help of various cultivation resources and a good cultivation environment, all of them had advanced by leaps and bounds. Most of them had already reached the Saint King realm. Yufeng and Wu Yi were only one step away from breaking through to the Origin Returning realm. Cultivating in High Heaven Sect, as long as one's aptitude wasn't too bad, there was no need to worry about breaking through. There were all kinds of pills to assist one's cultivation, the 10,000-year incense from Ascending Dragon Palace to dispel heart demons, and the 9-branch jade crystal tree to help a cultivator comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao. Every cultivator did not feel any difficulty when they broke through. Everything happened naturally. At this moment, more than 20 people had gathered together and were shouting at the center of the field. There seemed to be 2 people sparring with each other as the sound of fists and feet colliding could be heard. It was a good thing for disciples to improve their strength and examine their own shortcomings through exchanging pointers. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not intending to join in the fun, but when his eyes inadvertently caught sight of a figure in the middle of exchanging pointers, he couldn't help letting out a light sigh and quickly walked over. Everyone's attention was attracted by the battle in the field, so Yang Kai's arrival did not alarm anyone. At the center of the field, there were indeed 2 people sparring, but unlike what Yang Kai had imagined, they were not competing with secret techniques or artifacts, nor were they competing with Saint Chi. Instead, they were simply competing in terms of strength and reflexes. One of them looked familiar to Yang Kai, but he couldn't name him. He was a burly man with a strong body and bulging muscles. At first glance, it was obvious he was a man who possessed great brute strength. His cultivation was also not bad, a first-order Saint King. What caught Yang Kai's attention was this burly man's opponent. It turned out to be a little girl. She looked to be only 10 years old, but her petite body was as agile as an ape, and her movements were extremely fast as she flew around the burly man. The little girl's hair was still a bit light yellow, and she had tied it up casually with 2 strands of hair that hung over her shoulders. Her facial features were delicate and pretty, giving her a very cute appearance. As she flew about, her hair fluttered just like her. Although she was young, she was already a beauty. While dodging the burly man's attacks, she would often find an opportunity to throw out her small fists and land a few punches on the burly man's body. These seemingly light punches actually contained astonishing power. Even with the burly man's physique, being hit by these punches caused him to tremble violently, causing him to grimace in pain. Yang Kai found that both of the burly man's eyes were bruised, obviously because he had been hit by the little girl. The burly man didn't seem to show the slightest mercy as he threw out punch after punch, the sound of his punches causing Yang Kai to feel a little nervous. fearing that the little girl wouldn't be able to withstand his blows and would be smashed to pieces. However, his worries were superfluous as none of the onlookers showed any concern for this little girl. Instead, everyone was shouting and cheering, some making fun of the burly man's strength while others cheering for the little girl, creating a lively scene. Lin Yuner. Yang Kai suddenly recognized the little girl's identity. She was the little girl Yang Kai had brought back from Seaside City. She was the one adopted by Huang Wan. When Yang Kai brought her back, the little girl was only 7 or 8 years old. Now that 3 years had passed, she was about the same age. Yang Kai had long known that Lin Yuner's small body could erupt with great strength, but after seeing her today, he realized that he had underestimated her potential. At just 10 years old, she had already surpassed the burly First Order Saint King Realm man in terms of pure strength, perhaps even a little, otherwise her opponent wouldn't have fallen into such a disadvantage. What kind of freak is this? Yang Kai couldn't help marveling. Just as he was looking at Lin Yuner with great interest, the little girl's figure flickered and she suddenly slipped under the burly man's crotch, leapt up high, and delivered a beautiful uppercut to the burly man's chin, sending him flying. Asterisk pong. Asterisk the burly man fell to the ground, his face red, and struggled for a while before getting up. The onlookers burst into laughter, with Yu Feng laughing the most heartily. After defeating her opponent, Lin Yuner seemed to be very happy, jumping up and down excitedly, shouting and yelling. Yang Kai stared at her, a pensive look on his face. If it was a real-life or death struggle, the little girl would definitely not be the burly man's opponent. After all, the gap between their cultivations was too great, but in terms of physical flexibility and strength, the little girl had an absolute advantage. She was only 10 years old and had infinite potential. If she could be taught according to her aptitude, her future achievements would be limitless. Interesting, really interesting. Kai Yang's interest was piqued. Hey, you're that uncle. Lin Yuan suddenly discovered Yang Kai and pointed her finger at him. Yang Kai's face went black. Ah, it's Sect Master. Yu Feng turned his head and exclaimed, quickly covering his eyes with his hands, as if he was trying to hide something, his eyes darting around. Yang Kai glanced around and found that most of the people gathered here had dark circles under their eyes and ashamed looks on their faces. They've all been knocked out? Kai Yang asked curiously. Haha. Yu Feng was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. He was now a Third Order Saint King, only one step away from breaking through to the Origin Returning Realm, but in the competition with Lin Yuner, he had still accidentally taken a punch from her, resulting in his current state. This was the greatest shame of his life. How disgraceful. Yang Kai spat disdainfully before beckoning to Lin Yuner. Yuner, come here. The little girl was very obedient and quickly walked over to Yang Kai, thought about it for a moment, then said in a crisp voice, Disciple Lin Yun greets Sect Master. Uncle. Yang Kai nodded, showing a harmless smile. You don't need to say the last 2 words next time. Yes. The little girl nodded. Yi Shi Yun's teachings are quite good. Yang Kai looked at the little girl with satisfaction. After bringing her back, Yang Kai had asked Yi Shi Yun to teach her, and now she was so mature. Obviously, it was Yi Shi Yun's credit. Do you like it here? Yang Kai asked happily. I like it. Lin Yun replied immediately, There's food here. No one bullies Yuner. Auntie Yi and the other uncles are very good to Yuner. Good. Yang Kai grinned. Did your Auntie Yi find a master for you? Lin Yuner slowly shook her head. Why? Yang Kai was stunned. Although Lin Yuner was young, she was obviously a rare genius. Yang Kai found it hard to imagine that Star Emperor Mountain's masters would not fight to the death for such a person. Although they were strict about accepting disciples, Lin Yun definitely met the requirements, so no one had accepted her as a disciple. This was a bit strange. Auntie Yi said that they have no one to teach me, Lin Yuner replied clearly. Tilting her little head, she said happily, Yuner is now cultivating with Auntie Yi, so there's no need for her to worship any other master. Your Auntie Yi's strength is outstanding, so if you cultivate well with her, you'll benefit greatly. Yes. Good. You may continue. Yang Kai waved his hand, turned around, and left. Behind him came a respectful greeting. But Kai Yang fell into deep thought. Yi Shiyun actually said that no one could teach Lin Yuner, which was a bit strange. Although there were only about 200 cultivators on Star Emperor Mountain, each of them had their own territory they were proficient in, so it should not be a problem to find one of these elites to teach Lin Yuner. Since Yi Shiyun said so, there was only one possibility. She was very optimistic about Lin Yuner and did not want her to act carelessly, so she probably wanted to teach Lin Yuner the best. Yang Kai would have to ask Yi Shiyun about this matter. He was really curious as to why this little girl possessed such amazing strength at such a young age. Presumably, Yi Shiyun had been with her for 3 years and should have some understanding of her strength. With his mind drifting, Yang Kai returned to First Heavenly Palace. Just as he stepped into the palace, a low and deep dragon roar vaguely sounded from the depths of the palace. Immediately, a green light shot over from that direction. Yang Kai grinned, stretched out his hand, and grasped the green light in the palm of his hand. When the light dissipated, it was revealed to be a bladeless green sword. Dragon Bone Sword, verdant. A sense of connection and bloodline fusion arose spontaneously, and the green dragon remnant soul swimming around the sword seemed to become happier. After 3 years, the aura of the Dragon Bone Sword seemed to have become stronger. After all, in the battle 3 years ago, Yang Kai had killed a lot of people and the Dragon Bone Sword had devoured a lot of their flesh and blood essence. 3 years of accumulation had indeed caused some changes. After carefully examining it and confirming that he was not mistaken, Yang Kai happily put away the Dragon Bone Sword. Chapter 1543. Looking around, Yang Kai saw that everything in First Heavenly Palace was the same as before. Although Yang Kai had been missing for 3 years, no one dared to disturb this place as it was the resting place of High Heaven Sect's sect master. Yi Shiyun simply ordered people to clean this place up every day to prevent any dust from reaching it. After looking around for a moment, Yang Kai nodded secretly and was about to take a rest when his expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Who is it?" Saying so, Yang Kai released his spiritual energy towards a certain spot in the void. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being spied on. He did not show the slightest mercy. The void distorted as Yang Kai's massive spiritual energy attack was something even a third-order origin returning realm master could not withstand. However, the distorted space stabilized in the next moment, as if an invisible hand had flattened it. Yang Kai's attack did not have any effect. This discovery made his expression change as his eyes flashed. An inexplicable mass of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared, twisting and changing mysteriously. Divine Sense Manifestation. Yang Kai muttered, feeling shocked but also lowering his vigilance because he felt a sense of familiarity from this spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. As soon as his voice fell, the divine sense force suddenly transformed into a human figure. Although it was somewhat erratic, this figure wore a black robe that almost covered her entire face, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone like stars and a graceful figure. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared straight at this figure, his mood fluctuating. The other party also stared back at him motionlessly, her expression as calm as an ancient well, making it impossible to tell whether she was happy, angry, or sad. After a while, Yang Kai took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Yang Inflammation? Or one of the great emperors?" This figure formed from Yang Kai's divine sense was exactly the same as Yang Yin. She was clearly the spiritual thought of the person sleeping on the 6th floor of the Lu Yin Sandground. However, Yang Kai was not sure whether she was the Yang Inflammation who had been with him day and night, or the legendary great emperors of the star field. If it was the former, everything would be fine. If it was the latter, Yang Kai would have to be careful. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the figure frowned and said, "Both." "Is that so?" Yang Kai replied faintly. "It seems that you have already begun to fuse." "That's right, but it'll take a few more years for it to be completed." "Then how should I address you?" "Whether it is the person you know, or the great emperors you speak of, they are all called Yang Inflammation," the figure replied. Yang Kai gently nodded. "Then why aren't you sleeping in the attic? Why did you place your spiritual sense here?" "I sensed that you brought back something interesting, so I came over to take a look." Yang Inflammation smiled faintly. "Something interesting?" Yang Kai's brows furrowed. This? Young Inflammation said as she reached out to Yang Kai. Her movement seemed extremely casual, but when she made this move, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if something had been summoned from his body. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to think about resisting. With a flash of light, a bead appeared in Yang Inflammation's hand. Sealed World Bead. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the seemingly inconspicuous bead. That's right, the Sealed World Bead. Yang Inflammation gently nodded and closed her beautiful eyes as if sensing something. A moment later, she opened her eyes and whispered, "Sure enough, you really can refine it." Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of Space. This was something that Yang Inflammation knew. The most basic requirement for refining the Sealed World Bead was to understand the Tao of Space. So for the past tens of thousands of years on Star Emperor Mountain, no sect master had been able to refine it until Qi Tianche's generation coincidentally discovered the mysteries of the Sealed World Bead. In the end, it was Yang Kai who benefited. You even managed to open up a 100-kilometer radius space. With your current cultivation, this is truly amazing. Yang Yin seemed to have discovered something that surprised her and couldn't help exclaiming in admiration. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, "I know that this bead belongs to you. At that time, I refined it in order to leave this place. If you want to take it back, I won't stop you. But can you lend it to me for a while? I need it to carry some people." "Lend it to you?" Yang Inflammation glanced at Yang Kai and pursed her lips into a smile. "Why should I lend it to you? You left your mark on the Sealed World Bead, so it already belongs to you. I won't take it back." Saying so, Yang Inflammation stretched out her hand and tossed the Sealed World Bead back. Yang Kai caught it and looked at her suspiciously. Although he hadn't figured out what grade of artifact the Sealed World Bead was, since it was an Emperor artifact, it was obviously of great use to existences like the Great Emperors. Yang Kai didn't expect to take the Sealed World Bead for himself. He just wanted to use it to bring his friends and family from Tongxian realm. Without the Sealed World Bead, he really couldn't bring so many people here at once. "You're mistaken about one thing," Yang Inflammation said softly. "What? I don't own this Sealed World Bead." Yang Kai was stunned. "Strictly speaking, I've never refined this Sealed World Bead. I'm just keeping it safe." Yang Inflammation's soul avatar floated down from the void and stood in front of Yang Kai like a real person. "It actually belongs to a friend of mine." "Your friend?" Yang Kai was shocked. Yang Inflammation's avatar was one of the great emperors of Starfield, so a friend of the great emperors. Didn't that mean he was also in existence on par with the great emperors? A friend of mine," Yang Inflammation nodded. "My friend, and you share the same surname. Can you guess what it is?" Yang Kai fell into contemplation before his eyes suddenly lit up and he whispered, "He cultivates the Tao of Space?" And Yang Inflammation looked at Yang Kai approvingly. "Like you, he also cultivates the Tao of Space, but his mastery of the Tao of Space has reached great heights. This Sealed World Bead was formed by him using his mastery of space principles to refine an interface. Although my strength is not inferior to his, I don't have much attainments in the Tao of Space, so the Sealed World Bead is of little use to me, and I can't fully expand the space inside the Sealed World Bead. You are different. You have a deep understanding of the Tao of Space, so perhaps one day you will have the opportunity to reach his level." Yang Kai's face twitched. It wasn't because of Yang Inflammation's high evaluation of him, but because of the origin of the Sealed World Bead. It was actually formed by a cultivator on the same level as the great emperors by refining an interface. This was too sensational. Yang Kai had never seen an Origin King Realm Master take action, but according to his estimation, an Origin King definitely did not have such ability. The great emperors really were existences beyond the Origin King realm. Above the Origin King realm, there really was a higher realm. The martial Tao really had no limit. You and Yang Inflammation met before, so we can be considered to have been brought together by fate. Since you have branded the Sealed World Bead with your life mark, it is now yours. Expand it well. Perhaps one day you will discover something from it. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai's brow rose as his eyes flashed. There was a hidden meaning in Yang Inflammation's words. Could it be that there were some mysteries hidden inside the sealed world bead? Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions as he knew that even if he asked now, he probably wouldn't get any answers. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Your friend. I don't know where he is. I haven't seen him for more than 100,000 years. Perhaps he is wandering around, becoming one of the many living beings in this world. Or perhaps he has already fallen. Who knows?" Understood, Yang Kai nodded. Expanding the space inside the sealed world bead was of great benefit to his cultivation of the Tao of space. Even if Young Inflammation hadn't spoken today, Yang Kai would not have slacked off. Now that he vaguely knew that there was more to the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would spare no effort. Right? I'll be going on a voyage in a few days. You should be safe sleeping in that loft. I'll have someone look after you carefully. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. Young Inflammation opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but eventually decided against it and simply said lightly, "There are many dangers in the star's territory. I hope you have a safe trip." After saying so, her figure suddenly disappeared. Just like how she had suddenly arrived, she had also suddenly left. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place for a while before calming himself down and sitting cross-legged on his bed to meditate. The next day, inside 100 Flowers Peak, Yang Kai found Yi Shiyun and asked her about Lin Yun'er's situation. After 3 years of getting along, Yi Shiyun had indeed studied Lin Yun'er's body and vaguely learned some things. Yun'er has a special constitution. Sure enough, Yang Kai nodded, as if he had already expected this. There were always some special people in this world who were born with advantages that others could only dream of, and these advantages were reflected in their bodies. For example, little senior sister Xianing Chong had the sacred spirit medicine body. She was born proficient in alchemy and did not need to study it at all. Alchemy was a form of cultivation, and the more pills she refined, the higher her strength would become. Shanxing Luo had the poison widow constitution, which was extremely poisonous and could kill anyone who came into contact with it. Shuiyu had the dragon marrow phoenix body, which allowed her primordial yin qi to greatly increase one's strength without any hidden dangers. These special constitutions each had their own advantages, but they were extremely rare and rarely seen by ordinary people. For Lin Yun'er to possess such incredible power at such a young age, Yang Kai could only think of one explanation. She had a special constitution. Now, the answer he got from Yi Shiyun happened to coincide with his conjecture. Then what kind of constitution does she have? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at the little girl who was sitting nearby, nibbling on a fruit, and hurriedly asked, "This queen has read a lot of ancient books about this, and if this queen is not mistaken, she should have the tyrant strength body." Yi Shiyun quickly said, "Tyrant strength body?" Yang Kai raised his brow. People with this kind of constitution are born with divine strength, and as they grow older and their cultivation increases, their strength will only increase. They are heaven's favored children, and when they grow to a certain extent, they will be able to compete with a cultivator of the same realm with their physical strength alone and gain the absolute upper hand. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a look of amazement. But Yi Shiyun suddenly frowned as she looked at Lin Yun'er worriedly. "But what?" Yang Kai raised his head and looked at her. "But because the strength of people with this kind of constitution is too great, to the point where they are unable to bear it, they are often unable to exert their full strength in battle. Yun'er is still young and her cultivation is not high, so this disadvantage is not obvious yet, but when she really grows up, this strength will become a hindrance to her." Chapter 1544. Everything was fair. The Creator had always been fair. Although people with special constitutions had advantages in certain territory, most of them had shortcomings that could not be ignored. Xianing Cheng's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her to perform alchemy easily and enhance her strength in the process. However, she could only use this method to improve her strength. Meditating like an ordinary person was far too inefficient for her. Shanxing Luo's poison widow body often caused her to lose her loved ones and live a life of loneliness. What's more, this regret was created by her own hands as she cruelly killed her loved ones on their wedding night. This was an unimaginable torture for anyone. Although Shuiyu's dragon marrow phoenix body was tyrannical, it was nothing more than a wedding dress for others. The same was true for Lin Yun, Er's tyrant strength body. The powerful strength she possessed would eventually become too much for Lin Yun'er to bear. Once she used more strength than her body could bear, the final result would be her own death. Is there no solution? Yang Kai asked with some concern. There is. Yi Shiyun gently nodded. Oh, let's hear it. Since there is a solution, we just need to follow it. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Lin Yun'er was still young and had unlimited potential. He did not want such a little girl to worry about her own strength in the future, or even die because of it. It's simple to say, but Yi Shiyun smiled bitterly. The drawbacks of Yun'er's physique are obvious. As long as we target these drawbacks and temper her body, she will be fine. In other words, as long as her physical strength can support her strength, she will not be in any danger. But if she wants to temper her body, she must have a corresponding physique. Too low a level is not enough. Body tempering? Yang Kai's expression became strange. Yes, although Star Emperor Mountain also has a body tempering method, that kind of thing cannot meet Yun'er's requirements. I have been inquiring about this kind of thing for the past few years, but I have not gained anything. What I have collected is not even as good as what Star Emperor Mountain originally had. Yi Shiyun said somewhat sadly. Yun'er has only been in the sect for 3 years, but her strength has already grown to such a terrifying level. I fear that if we let her continue to grow, in less than 10 years, if she needs to temper her body, I have one. Sect Master has such a thing? Yi Shiyun looked at him in amazement. Yes, Yang Kai said as he took out an ancient book from his space ring and handed it to Yi Shiyun. Take a look at this. Yi Shiyun took it and glanced at Yang Kai suspiciously before immersing her consciousness into it and reading it carefully. Yang Kai didn't say anything to disturb her and just sat there playing with Lin Yun'er. The little girl was still young and had been living with Huang Wan in Seaside City, living in a secluded hut and never seeing the sun. Later, she came to High Heaven Sect. She had never been in contact with the outside world, so she was pure and innocent. Her childish words also made Yang Kai's state of mind calm down. 2 hours later, Yi Shiyun let out a long breath and put down the ancient book, a look of pleasant surprise flashing across her eyes. Great Elder, what do you think? Yang Kai raised his head and asked. And Yi Shiyun said excitedly, it should be possible for Yun'er. This book is quite peculiar. In terms of grade alone, it isn't too high, but its success is not determined by the grade of the materials used, but rather by the quality of the materials used. I think so too. I already have my own 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, and the higher the grade of the materials used, the better the body tempering effect. It has nothing to do with the quality of the materials used, Yang Kai grinned. What's even rarer is that the materials needed can be replaced. If one wanted the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, they had to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even the worst of these treasures could not be lower than the monster core of a 10th order monster beast. Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort to collect all of these at that time. Now that High Heaven Sect's influence had grown, it shouldn't be difficult to collect such supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Even if the materials collected were not as good as Yang Kai's son's true essence and divine nullification sand, they should at least be able to collect something of the same grade as profound gold. Once the materials were gathered, he would let Lin Yun'er use them first. When he found better materials in the future, it would be fine to replace them. This would not have any effect on the person. Yi Shiyun also saw this point, which was why she was so excited. Sect Master can rest assured, I will only let Yun'er use this book and will not spread it outside, Yi Shiyun said solemnly. It's fine, even if you spread it outside. I'm afraid only a few people can do it, Yang Kai chuckled. The monster core of a 10th order monster beast was equivalent to an Origin King Realm Master, so how many people could hunt such an existence? As such, it didn't matter if this book was spread outside. However, it does require a very strong spiritual energy, otherwise, one would not be able to withstand the excruciating pain. Yi Shiyun glanced at Lin Yun'er sympathetically. The little girl didn't know much about the world and didn't know what had happened to her body. She only knew that she had a lot of strength, but she didn't understand that this strength was like a rope that was slowly tightening around her life. I'll have to trouble Great Elder to cultivate her, Yang Kai smiled. I will arrange for Yun'er to use her spiritual energy as soon as possible. Yi Shiyun nodded. Let's put Yun'er's matter aside for the time being. Great Elder, I have something else to ask you. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he stared at her solemnly. Please speak, Sect Master. I will soon be setting off on a long voyage. I will be taking some of the sect's resources with me. Otherwise, the starship will not be able to operate. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yurao, these three elders had also agreed to leave with me. What about you, Great Elder? Will you come with me? Me. A trace of expectation flashed across Yi Shiyun's face, but she quickly shook her head. Sect Master is being kind. I won't follow. As expected. Yang Kai sighed, seemingly having expected this. Yi Shiyun's strength was extraordinary and could be said to be the strongest master on Shadowed Star. Her Sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and she had already grasped the threshold of territory, reaching the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm long ago. In this regard alone, no one could compare to her. It could be said that as long as she escaped the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, with Yi Shiyun's cultivation, there was at least an 80% chance she could break through to the Origin King realm. This probability was terrifying. However, the great emperors were still sleeping in her loft, so it was impossible for her to leave without worry. Yang Kai had long guessed this, but he still had to ask. Now that he had received an answer from her, Yang Kai didn't want to persuade her otherwise. In that case, I'll have to trouble Great Elder to take care of everything in the sect, Yang Kai said leisurely. With this queen here, the sect will definitely be safe. Good. With you in charge, I can rest assured, Yang Kai nodded. If you have time, remember to help me find someone. Who? Yi Shiyun looked at Yang Kai puzzledly, wondering who this person was that he couldn't let go of. Flowing Cloud Valley's Lu Yi. Yang Kai sneered meaningfully. If you find him, don't waste any time with him, just kill him directly. Good. Yi Shiyun nodded. Although she didn't understand why Yang Kai wanted to find this person, since it was the sect master's request, she naturally wouldn't ask. Yang Kai got up and left to make the final preparations before leaving. He wanted Yi Shiyun to pay attention to Lu Yi because he had a bad premonition in his heart. He vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this Lu Yi. Without even mentioning the fact that he had repeatedly antagonized Yang Kai, there was no reason for Yang Kai to let him go, but this person's actions were also extremely secretive. Every time Yang Kai saw him, he would have a strange feeling. This feeling made him feel very wary, as if this Lu Yi was not ordinary. Although the success rate of using a starship to travel long distances was very high, it was still necessary to make all the necessary preparations. All kinds of materials had to be prepared, and the allocation of personnel had to be carefully considered. The entire High Heaven sect was mobilized. In just a few days, everything was ready. 5 days later, Qian Tong, who received the news, rushed to High Heaven sect. Fei Ji too did not come. City Lord Fei had narrowly escaped death in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and his cultivation had fallen to the Second Order Origin Returning Realm. Even if he left Shadowed Star with Yang Kai, there was no hope for him to break through, so he simply chose to remain in retreat in Heavenly Fate City. Now that he had missed such an opportunity, Qian Tong couldn't help but sigh. MOU came from Clear Sky Sect. More than 3 years ago, Yang Kai and Clear Sky Sect had reached an agreement that Clear Sky Sect only needed one spot. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of internal discussion they had, but Sect Master Gu Zhan did not come. Instead, MOU, who was more familiar with Yang Kai, arrived. All of them were old acquaintances, so it was natural for them to exchange greetings after meeting. High Heaven Sect sent 3 Third-Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, naturally Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, and Lin Yurao. These 5 people would carry the hopes and expectations of countless cultivators on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years, but whether they could break through to the Origin King realm would depend on their own efforts and opportunities. Yang Kai had simply provided them with an opportunity. Since ancient times, breaking through from the Origin Returning Realm to the Origin King realm had been extremely difficult. Even across the entire territory of Shadowed Star, there were only a few Origin Kings. Any one of these people was a famous existence, a master worshipped by all cultivators on their respective stars. As such, Even if these 5 people had the qualifications to break through, it was not certain they would succeed. Perhaps they would all fail. Half a month later, in First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slowly, stood up, and walked out. Opening the palace door, Yang Kai saw a young woman standing in front of it, waiting quietly. Seeing Yang Kai come out, she took a deep breath and clenched her fists because of her excitement and nervousness. Qinyu. On this long voyage, Yang Kai certainly would not leave her behind. As someone who came from the same world as Yang Kai, she was also looking forward to finding Ice Master Qingya, Su Yan, and the others from Ice Sect. She was more eager than anyone to see the faces of those who had made her dream come true. Is everything ready? Yang Kai looked at her. Qinyu nodded. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for you. Then, let's go. Yang Kai grinned and strode forward. In his clenched fist, there was a crystal-clear bead that exuded a faint chill. Su Yan's ice soul bead. If the bead existed, the person would exist. If the bead broke, the person would die. As long as he had it, Yang Kai was certain that Su Yan was living safely in some corner of Shadowed Star's territory. As long as he had it, Yang Kai believed that the two of them would be reunited one day. Half an hour later, the dark starship slowly lifted off as High Heaven Sect's disciples cheered and sent it off. Chapter 1545. Inside the territory of Endless Star, a dark starship flew forward slowly. Although it didn't seem to be moving very fast, in fact, it was as fast as lightning, crossing hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Looking through a transparent window, everyone stared at the huge stars beside the starship and couldn't help marveling. Many people here had never observed Shadowed Star from this perspective before, so it wasn't until now that they realized how magnificent the stars they had raised were. Facing such stars, everyone couldn't help feeling a sense of respect. The starship's speed was extremely fast, but it was also very stable. Inside the hull, no one felt the slightest bump or vibration. Around them, a chaotic array of asteroids drifted, lifeless dead stars like cold giants that lay dormant in the starship's territory. Shadowed Star's territory extended 1,000,000 kilometers outside of the starship's territory, forming a safe zone. The great forces on Shadowed Star who owned starships would often send them to this territory to search for ores and minerals. Although the harvest was not great, this did not diminish the enthusiasm of these great forces. Occasionally, they would find some good things from these asteroids and dead stars. These things had never been produced on Shadowed Star before. However, beyond the 1,000,000-kilometer mark was the danger zone. All year round, the starship territory's astral winds could easily destroy starships. Starfield storms, both large and small, formed here and were annihilated almost everywhere. Rapidly flying asteroids could smash any living being or moving object to pieces. Dead territory. This was the first barrier that isolated Shadowed Star from the outside world, and it was also the strongest barrier. It was like a protective barrier that surrounded Shadowed Star from 1,000,000 kilometers away, preventing anyone from leaving or entering. For tens of thousands of years, it wasn't that no one had ever left Shadowed Star to explore the wider world outside, but no one had ever succeeded and all of them had been stopped outside this dead territory. As the starship sailed into this place, everyone's palms began to sweat. Yang Kai had strengthened the starship's defenses to the limit, not caring about the consumption of Saint Crystal sources. Violent gales swept over from the territory of the star realm. It was as if an invisible beast was using its sharp claws to cut the battleship, attempting to destroy it and drag out the people hiding inside to fill their stomachs. Sharp and ear-piercing sounds of friction could be heard from outside the warship. Creak, 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 creak. Everyone's face turned ugly. The huge meteorites brought by the astral winds crashed into the battleship, causing the entire battleship to shake. Like a canoe in a stormy sea, the battleships dashed left and right in the dead territory, swaying left and right, unable to control the direction at all. They could only go with the flow and let it happen. Alarms and cries of alarm were constantly heard. Yang Kai bellowed as his divine sense left his body to check the situation outside and direct the actions of his subordinates. Yang Xiaozhu and the other Third Order Origin returning realm masters also rushed into the power room under Yang Kai's instructions, sat on the spirit array, and pushed their Saint Chi into the starship, providing it with a little boost. Everyone was exchanging blows with the Grim Reaper. There was no room for the slightest mistake. Any negligence could lead to the destruction of the starship. In this terrifying place, the strength of a single person was simply too insignificant. In the dead zone outside Shadowed Star, even an Origin King Realm Master would likely die if they tried to force their way in, let alone the people inside the starship. Only by working together could they survive this crisis. The chaotic situation gradually stabilized, and after realizing that although the starship had been ravaged, it was still impregnable, everyone's panic gradually calmed down and they began performing their duties in an orderly manner. The Origin King-grade starship refined by Yang Yen provided a safe and reliable guarantee for everyone. After a full month, High Heaven's Sect starship suddenly broke free from the entanglement of the dead territory and rushed into the vast territory of the starship. There were no longer strange noises coming from outside, and the starship was no longer shaking. After everyone confirmed that they had successfully left Shadowed Star, loud cheers broke out inside the starship, everyone weeping tears of joy and excitement. Yang Xiaozhu and the others appeared in front of Yang Kai with pale faces, all of them looking like frosted eggplants, their auras extremely weak. "Thank you for your hard work," Yang Kai nodded to them. "Yang Kai, did you feel something?" Qian Tong looked at him solemnly and asked. Yang Kai gently nodded. He had noticed something the moment the starship rushed into the dead territory, but over the past month, he had been in constant danger, his life hanging by a thread, so he had not been able to think about it carefully. Now that he had escaped from the dead territory, he had time to recall that feeling. "So you also noticed something." "I thought I was mistaken," Qian Tong said solemnly. "Emperor pressure." Mou added, "That dead territory is filled with Emperor pressure, and there is more than one." There are two Emperor pressures." Qian Tong gently nodded. "One is similar to the aura emitted by the Emperor Garden, while the other is unfamiliar." "What's going on?" "I have a guess, but I'm not sure." Mou showed a contemplative expression. Everyone turned to look at him. Mou's face twitched as his eyes filled with awe. Smacking his lips, he said in a dry tone, "If I say it out loud, you'll definitely think I'm crazy." "No," Qian Tong shook his head. "Old Mo, you can rest assured." Yang Kai also nodded. Let's hear it. Whether it's true or not, everyone can judge for themselves." Mou smiled bitterly. This old master considers himself to be quite knowledgeable, but after entering the dead territory, he realized he was a frog in a well. I'll tell you what I think, but whether it's true or not, I don't know. In any case, don't laugh at this old master. This old master is just speculating. There is no real evidence to prove. Don't be long-winded, just say it." Yang Xiaozhu interrupted him impatiently. "The dead zone is filled with two different types of Emperor's auras, and these two Emperor's auras are still entangled with each other, in a constant cycle. I think the aura we are familiar with belongs to the Master of the Emperor Garden, the Great Emperors of Star Field. Although I don't know who the other one belongs to, it should be a character on the same level as the Great Emperors." Mou's expression became dignified. The formation of the dead territory is perhaps a result of the struggle between these two characters. After saying this, Mou fell silent. Qian Tong's jaw dropped as he stared at him incredulously. On the other hand, Yang Kai, Yang Xiaozhu, and the others glanced at each other calmly. "Haha, that's impossible, right? This old master also thinks he's wrong." Mou let out a hollow laugh. The great emperors were already a legend, and no one could confirm whether they really existed. Now, there was a powerful master on the same level as them who had fought with them before. Even Mou himself did not believe this speculation. "What Senior Mo says should be correct." Yang Kai gently nodded, confirming his guess. "Ah." Mou stared at Yang Kai in surprise before his eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Yang Kai, do you know something?" Qian Tong turned his head and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai chuckled, "I don't know much, but I do know that the great emperors once had an opponent who was no weaker than her. The two of them really did fight." Yang Xiaozhu and the others also knew this. but this was the first time Qiantong and Imoyu had heard of it. Both of them were dumbfounded as they stared blankly at Yang Kai. All they could do was gasp for breath. It turns out that the culprit behind Shadowed Star's isolation was actually her. Yang Kai murmured. The situation in the Dead Territory was the best proof of this. There, the two emperor pressures were still entangled, and even after tens of thousands of years had passed, there was still no clear victor. Perhaps Yang Yin and this unknown enemy once fought in the Dead Territory, leading to the formation of this isolated zone around Shadowed Star. The ancient Supreme Profound sect should also have been one of these battlefields, but it was unknown which one came first, compared to the one in the Dead Territory. Qiantong and Imoyu still seemed to want to ask something, but Yang Kai did not give them the opportunity. All of you must be tired from this past month. Go back and rest for the time being. After passing through the Dead Territory, the rest of the journey should be safe. We may not encounter any living beings for the next few years, so all of you should enter retreat. Hearing him say this, Qiantong and the others did not ask any more questions, simply nodding and returning to their respective rooms. Yang Kai stood in place and cast his eyes towards the deep star field before walking over to the star plate and placing his hand on it, immersing his consciousness into his knowledge sea and manifesting his soul avatar. Above his knowledge sea, a vast star field that had shrunk countless times appeared, floating quietly like a huge blueprint. This was Yang Kai's star field. If a cultivator on Shadowed Star wanted to leave Shadowed Star and enter the Dead Territory, the first obstacle was the Dead Territory, which no one could pass. And the second obstacle was the direction. There were many dangers in the Dead Territory, so when a starship sailed, it required someone with rich experience to guide it, and this responsibility generally fell to a certain profession called a chart master. A chart master could draw a star field that allowed a cultivator or starship to safely and effectively advance through the Dead Territory while avoiding the dangerous areas of the territory. Without a chart master to draw a star field, a starship was very likely to get lost in the Dead Territory and deviate from its destination. Because Shadowed Star was too isolated, there was no such profession as a chart master, and no one could draw a star field. However, on the other stars in the Dead Territory, chart masters were very popular, and their status was not inferior to alchemists or artifact refiners. The star field in Yang Kai's knowledge sea was a kind of inheritance he had obtained from a chart master named Wu Suwa. He had obtained it by chance when he first set foot in the Dead Territory. With this star, Yang Kai did not need to learn anything. He was a natural-born chart master. He could see the situation of the entire Dead Territory in his mind one by one, including the star where Tong Xian realm was located. He had taken Qianyu to see this star, and he himself would often look at it and dream about it. For so many years, he had never had a chance to use the star field to guide his way. Now, it had finally come in handy. Yang Kai's divine sense wandered back and forth across the huge star, consuming his spiritual energy at a rapid rate. Soon, he had locked onto a certain territory. This was where Qianyu had separated from Su Yin and the others. Yang Kai planned to go there first. Chapter 1546. He wanted to see if he could find Su Yin there. Thinking so, Yang Kai withdrew his divine sense from his knowledge sea and poured it into the star chart in front of him to draw the starship's navigation route. For a long time, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about this as the starship would sail along the route he drew until it reached its destination. Of course, that was provided it didn't encounter any dangers along the way. Time flew by. The starship had been moving forward smoothly and safely according to the route drawn by Yang Kai without encountering any twists and turns. Occasionally, a few strange-looking star beasts would jump out from nearby dead stars, but they were all killed by the disciples' artifact control crystal cannons. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with the purple origin furnace he obtained from the Emperor Garden in front of him. Around him were various boxes and bottles, a dazzling array of items. Yang Kai skillfully threw herbs into the purple origin furnace and poured his conflagrated spiritual energy into it, condensing the essence of these herbs, carving spirit arrays, and fusing them together, causing them to undergo wonderful transformations. Yang Kai precisely controlled the heat and the timing of each herb he threw in. Yang Kai was meticulous and enjoyed this process. Suddenly, He frowned and quickly increased the power of his conflagrated spiritual energy. The next moment, a burst of sound came from the purple origin furnace, followed by an unpleasant burnt smell. Yang Kai was stunned and his brow furrowed. He had failed again. With a calm expression, Yang Kai opened the lid of the purple origin furnace and poured out the dark stuff inside, piling it up nearby. There were many similar things piled up nearby, all of which were the products of Yang Kai's failed alchemy. Yang Kai didn't continue and instead fell into contemplation. It had been 2 years since Yang Kai left Shadowed Star. During these 2 years, Yang Kai had not wasted his time, cultivating a variety of divine technique, comprehending various secret techniques, and improving his alchemy skills. Yang Kai had lived a very fulfilling life. Since he began studying the alchemic way, Yang Kai rarely failed. His success rate in refining pills was much higher than that of ordinary alchemists, and the quality of the pills he refined was also very high, allowing him to condense the medicinal efficacies of herbs to the greatest extent. Firstly, his talent in alchemy, and secondly, his conflagrated knowledge a divine tool for alchemy, were 2 reasons why he was able to achieve such an achievement. However, in the past 2 years on the warship, he had experienced failure after failure. He could now refine origin-grade high-rank pills at will, but what he wanted to refine now was an origin king-grade spirit pill. But until now, even though a lot of origin king-grade herbs had been consumed, not a single origin king-grade pill had been produced. This result made him a little depressed. It was extremely difficult to reach the peak of any profession, and in Star Territory, the Origin King realm was the peak. There were not many Origin King realm masters, and countless third-order Origin returning realm cultivators were stuck at a bottleneck, unable to advance any further until they died of old age, unable to pry into the true essence of the martial Tao. By the same token, Origin King-grade alchemists and artifact refiners were also extremely rare, much rarer than Origin Kings. Yang Kai's alchemy skills were currently stuck at this bottleneck, unable to improve any further. He had comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture he had obtained from the Emperor Garden, but he could not obtain the answer he wanted. Yang Kai felt that his technique and control of the flames were not bad, but he still could not refine an Origin King-grade pill. Only when a pill had a spirit could it be called a spirit pill. There was such a sentence in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture that Yang Kai was extremely concerned about. As for how to make a pill have a spirit, Yang Kai was at a loss. Although Yang Kai had collected a lot of Origin King-grade herbs, he still couldn't withstand such consumption. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai put away the remaining herbs. Before he could fully comprehend this sentence, he felt that no matter how hard he tried, it would all be in vain. He needed to think about it carefully, taking out the sun's true essence and the other supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Yang Kai began cultivating his 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art while comprehending this sentence in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Half a year later, Yang Kai, who was sitting in his room, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt the starship come to a stop. The sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the door, as if something had happened. Yang Kai got up, stretched out his hand, and opened the door. The next moment, Qian Yu's figure appeared in front of Yang Kai. "We're here." Qian Yu shouted excitedly. "We're here?" Yang Kai raised his brow, his figure flickering as he appeared beside Qian Yu. Reaching out and wrapping his arm around her waist, Yang Kai's figure flickered again as the space force fluctuations became more obvious. Qian Yu only saw a flash of light before she and Yang Kai appeared outside the starship. Surrounded by the cold and vast Star Territory, large and small dead stars appeared in front of them. Seeing this scene, Qian Yu felt a sense of familiarity. She had recalled this place countless times in her mind, recalling the scene when she was separated from Ice Master Qingya and the others. There was no way she would remember it incorrectly. "It's here!" Qian Yu shouted excitedly. "It's here! There is a void corridor nearby. We only separated after entering this void corridor." Qian Yu didn't know what had happened to the void corridor, but after entering it, she was directly teleported to Shadowed Star while Ice Master Qingya and Su Yin were nowhere to be seen. If she hadn't met Yang Kai by chance, Qian Yu didn't dare imagine what her fate would have been like today. Only after entering Star Territory did she realize how insignificant her strength was. A void corridor, Yang Kai murmured, closing his eyes as he frantically spread his divine sense outwards to investigate this place carefully. A moment later, Yang Kai opened his eyes slowly and took Qianyu in a certain direction. The High Heaven sect disciples who received his message also hurriedly piloted their starship. After a while, Yang Kai stopped somewhere in the void and stared forward solemnly. In front of him, there was indeed a very obvious space force fluctuation, and when one's divine sense probed it, it was immediately swallowed up. This void corridor had completely collapsed and could no longer be used. It wouldn't be long before it disappeared from this world. If Yang Kai hadn't cultivated the Tao of space, it wouldn't have been easy to find it. Yang Kai began searching carefully while Qianyu waited nervously, not daring to disturb him. After a while, Yang Kai sighed. "How is it?" Qianyu asked hurriedly. Yang Kai shook his head. Based on this void corridor alone, it's impossible to speculate where Su Yin and the others went. Qianyu's beautiful eyes, which had been filled with hope, instantly dimmed. However, this void corridor isn't too powerful, so even if it can connect two places, it shouldn't be too far apart. You being able to appear on Shadowed Star is probably a stroke of luck. As for Su Yin and the others, they should be somewhere nearby. Wait a moment. Let me see where the nearest cultivation star is. Let's go there and look around. Saying so, Yang Kai closed his eyes and immersed his divine sense into his knowledge sea to investigate the star. After a while, Yang Kai opened his eyes and returned to the starship with Qianyu, ordering the disciples to adjust the direction of the starship and head towards a certain cultivation star. A few days later, a light blue star appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking down from the star field, this star was far smaller than Shadowed Star, only a quarter of its size. However, it was extremely beautiful and the world energy aura seemed to be extremely rich. There was no doubt that this was a rich cultivation star. The starship slowly sailed towards it until it left the atmosphere before Yang Kai stored it in the sealed world bead. Although he didn't know much about the situation on star territory, he at least knew that an Origin King-grade starship was too eye-catching. It was likely that even the financially powerful Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce only had a few. If he really drove the starship to this star, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Yang Kai had come here to find someone and didn't want to cause any trouble. The weaker disciples had also entered the sealed world bead. With such an emperor artifact, Yang Kai's actions were much more convenient. Qian Tong, the 5 third-order Origin returning realm masters, and Qianyu followed Yang Kai on their star shuttles and flew towards the stars. Half a day later, a group of 7 people set foot on this beautiful stars. The world energy here was similar to that of Shadowed Star, so it was impossible to say which was better, but Qian Tong and the others breathed in the air exaggeratedly as they stood in place, their expressions constantly changing, as if they were silently perceiving something. Suddenly, Qian Tong laughed loudly, his smile extremely carefree. "There's no suppression, no restriction. I feel like the shackles that have been binding me have suddenly disappeared." Yu also looked excited. Yang Xiaozhu and the others were also the same, exchanging a glance with each other and seeing the joy in each other's eyes. "Congratulations to all of you." Kaiyang naturally knew what they were talking about, so he grinned and offered his congratulations. This cultivation star did not have the powerful suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, which meant that the shackles that had been restraining them from comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao had disappeared. They now had a chance to break through to the Origin King realm. Everyone was extremely excited. Yang Kai, this old master won't say anything else, but this old master will remember your kindness. Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai seriously. Yu came to his senses and quickly expressed his gratitude. If Yang Kai hadn't taken them away from Shadowed Star, they would have died of old age, unable to touch the threshold of the Origin King realm. This opportunity was given to them by Yang Kai. "Elder Qian is too serious. And let's find a place to settle down first. Perhaps we should stay here for a while." Yang Kai looked towards a city in the distance and said, "And, although there is no world principle suppression here, whether this place is suitable for breaking through or not still needs to be investigated first." Qian Tong nodded in agreement. Everyone reached a consensus and immediately set off towards the city in the distance. Greenwater City, in a tea house, Yang Kai and the others sat around a table. A young waiter served a pot of spirit tea and was about to withdraw when Qian Tong called out to him. What instructions does Senior have? The waiter bowed to Qian Tong for a while with a smile on his face. There were many people coming and going in the tea house, so the waiter had long ago developed a pair of discerning eyes. Although he couldn't sense the cultivation of Qian Tong and the others, he knew that they were masters, so he didn't dare show any neglect. Chapter 1547. Qian Tong smiled kindly. Young man, don't be nervous. This old master stopped you just to ask you a few questions. And, if you answer them well, these things will be yours. Saying so, Qian Tong took out a few pieces of high-rank St. Crystal and threw them on the table. The waiter's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was only able to earn 2 or 3 low-rank St. Crystals a month by serving tea here, but the few high-rank St. Crystals on the table were a shocking fortune for him. If he saved some money, he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of his life. Quickly nodding and bowing, he said, Senior, please ask. This little one will tell you everything he knows. Although this little one is just an ordinary person who has never cultivated, he is still a native of this place. If Senior wants to know something, this little one will not disappoint. Good. Qian Tong nodded, satisfied with the waiter's response. Without further ado, he asked directly, This old master wants to ask you, do you have any Origin King Realm masters here? Origin King Realm? The waiter's face became solemn as he looked around at Yang Kai and the others in surprise, a look of understanding soon appearing on his face as he chuckled. Several seniors shouldn't be cultivators of my Green Mountain star, right? You're quite smart. Qian Tong didn't try to deny it. After all, if this waiter was a star, he should know something about this kind of thing. An Origin King Realm Master was a peak-level existence on any cultivation star, so if this waiter was really a cultivator of Green Mountain star, he would definitely have heard of them. The waiter laughed dryly. Senior is too polite. This little one was just speaking casually. However, since several seniors have come to Green Mountain star at this time, how could you not have inquired about these things? What should we inquire about? Qian Tong coldly snorted. The waiter didn't panic and said slowly, Since several seniors have come here, you must have come to participate in the grand event. Although it is a bit early, it doesn't matter. Just wait 2 years. There are other seniors who have come earlier. As for whether there are any Origin Kings, when has Green Mountain Star ever lacked masters of this level? He had a contented look on his face, as if Origin Kings were everywhere on Green Mountain Star. Qian Tong and the others looked at each other. They were all interested and motioned for the waiter to continue. To be honest, with several seniors, there are now 2 or 3 Origin Kings on Green Mountain Star. At its peak, there were more than a dozen, 2 of which were peak 3rd Order Origin Kings. 3rd Order Origin King? The 2 of you? Qian Tong and the others were trembling and staring blankly. They were shocked beyond words by the waiter's words. Is that true? Mou asked in a deep voice. I wouldn't dare to lie to you. Everyone knows about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. So, your Green Mountain Star is quite suitable for a breakthrough? Qian Tong's eyes flashed with excitement. Although after coming here, Yang Kai did not feel the same oppressive world principles as he did on Shadowed Star. Whether or not he should stay here to cultivate and break through would require some careful investigation. Now that he had obtained such information from the waiter, he was naturally overjoyed. Of course. The waiter shook his head proudly. Didn't several seniors come here for this? You can tell? Qian Tong was surprised. Senior must be joking. Although this junior is an ordinary person, news of this once-in-a-thousand-years event has already spread throughout Green Mountain Star. Even a 3-year-old child has heard about it, so how could this junior not know? The waiter replied. Wait, what once-in-a-thousand-years event? Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. The waiter had already mentioned it once, but Yang Kai had not paid much attention to it. Every cultivation star had its own style and customs. For example, Shadowed Star's Lu Yin Sandfield only opened once every few hundred years. Green Mountain Star also had such a thing. However, listening to the meaning of the waiter's words, this event seemed to be related to the breakthroughs of Qian Tong and the others, so Yang Kai immediately became interested. Hearing this question, The waiter was immediately stunned and scratched his head. What's wrong? Several seniors didn't come here to participate in the blood prison trial? Blood prison trial? Qian Tong and the others looked at each other blankly. Tell me in detail, what is this blood prison trial for? Yang Kai threw a few more pieces of high-rank St. Crystal onto the table and said lightly. The waiter gulped and his face filled with joy, knowing that he had run into a noble man today, so how could he dare neglect? Quickly clearing his throat, he said, this blood prison trial is prepared for masters like several seniors. What do you mean? Qian Tong raised his brow. Because those who participate in the blood prison trial are all top masters at the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. It is said that in there, they can break through to the Origin King realm. The waiter's words were shocking. Really? Qian Tong stood up with a look of excitement. The waiter was taken aback and quickly nodded. This lowly one does not dare deceive you. The blood prison trial is indeed like this, but this lowly one does not know the specific details. Seniors should also be able to see that this lowly one is just an ordinary person who has never even cultivated before, so he does not know the details of the blood prison trial. Then what do you know? Yang Kai motioned to Qian Tong to calm down and asked the waiter. This lowly one knows that the Origin King Realm Master on Green Mountain's star all participated in the blood prison trial in the past. Not only them, but there are many other Origin King Realm Masters in the territory of this star who also participated in the blood prison trial. There are cultivators from other cultivation stars who came here. Qian Tong frowned. As early as a few years ago, some people arrived on Green Mountain Star, but there weren't many of them. However, as time passed, more and more people came here, which is why this lowly one thought several seniors. The waiter looked at Qian Tong and the others anxiously. So that's how it is. Yang Kai nodded. Good. Tell us about the blood prison trial. Tell us what you know. If you don't, we won't blame you. Qian Tong and the others nodded in agreement, all of them directing encouraging looks towards the waiter. The waiter calmed down and after a moment of contemplation, began explaining. The blood prison trial was the biggest event on Green Mountain Star, one that only opened once every 1,000 years. Every time it opened, it would attract a large number of Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator to participate. The entire trial process was extremely bloody, and a large number of cultivators would fall. But with great danger, the harvest was also amazing. Often, Origin King Realm Masters would be born. Sometimes there was even more than one. As such, even if it was dangerous, all Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters would rush to participate. This trial could be said to be like an army of thousands crossing a single log bridge. Throughout the entire star territory, there were countless Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters, but Origin Kings were extremely rare. Even if there were many opportunities in the blood prison trial, it was extremely difficult to break through. Most of the Third Order Origin Realm Masters who rushed into the blood prison trial might fall, and perhaps none of them would be able to break through until the trial ended. But this still did not diminish the determination of these masters to pursue greater strength. The reason why the blood prison trial had such a magical effect was because of the existence of a territory. That place was filled with the power of a territory, and a Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator could absorb it. If they could comprehend the true essence of this territory, there was hope for them to break through. Why is this place called the blood prison so filled with the power of a territory, and why is it so incomplete? Qian Tong was very curious about this. It all started from a great war. The waiter had the potential to be a storyteller. When he talked about things, it was easy for people to understand. According to his description, the blood prison was once a battlefield, a place where more than 20 Origin Kings and a large number of their disciples fought. Many years ago, Green Mountain Star had 2 top masters at the Third Order Origin King realm. Even when looking at the entire star territory, these 2 masters were considered to be among the best. Each of them led a great force and were enemies with each other, resulting in many frictions and conflicts between them. This grievance lasted hundreds of years, and as a result, it became more and more intense, eventually leading to the involvement of these 2 masters themselves. Not only that, but these 2 masters also invited their friends to come and help them. The friends of these 2 Origin Kings were naturally of this level as well. As a result, A great battle that was powerful enough to destroy the entire star broke out somewhere on Green Mountain Star. Not only were there more than 20 Origin Kings involved in that battle, but there were also the disciples of the two masters who led them. There were no casualties. No one knew the final result, only that after the battle, there were mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Of the more than 20 Origin Kings, none seemed to have survived, all of them having fallen. From then on, that place was called the Blood Prison by the people of Green Mountain Star. It was said that even now, the earth was still red, as if it had been drenched in blood. Traces of the great battle could be seen everywhere, and even the flowing time Great Emperor could not erase them. The Blood Prison was thus born. Inside the Blood Prison, there were all kinds of territory fragments that were extremely dangerous and unpredictable. Those below the Third Order Origin Returning Realm would not be able to withstand them at all. Only a Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator could break into the Blood Prison at certain times to comprehend and benefit from these fragments. If one was lucky, they might even break through to the Origin King realm. If it was just this point alone, it might not have been enough to attract so many Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters. It was rumored that the Blood Prison still contained artifacts used by those Origin Kings. Each of these artifacts was Origin King grade and difficult to find in the outside world. There also seemed to be the inheritances of those two top masters hidden here. If someone could obtain these inheritances, they would undoubtedly be able to break through to the Origin King realm in the future, perhaps even reaching the heights of those two masters. All kinds of temptations and benefits made the Blood Prison a highly sought-after piece of meat that everyone coveted. Whenever the Blood Prison trial opened, all the Third Order Origin Returning Realm Masters in the Star Territory who heard the news would rush here. At this time, Green Mountain Star was also at its busiest. There were only 2 to 3 years until the next Blood Prison trial opened, which was why the waiter had such a misunderstanding after listening to Qian Tong's question. He thought that Qian Tong and the others had heard the news and rushed here to participate in the Blood Prison trial. Chapter 1548. Inside the tea house, a group of 7 people sat around, the atmosphere quiet. Qian Tong and the others all looked excited and were unable to calm down for a long time. The news they heard from the waiter had greatly excited them. Originally, as long as they could escape the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles, they would have been satisfied, but now that they had arrived on Green Mountain Star, they would encounter such a good thing. For these people who had spent their entire lives struggling on Shadowed Star in pursuit of a higher martial Tao, there was nothing more exciting than this news. There was no need for discussion as everyone could see the desire in each other's eyes. They obviously wanted to participate. You don't need to worry. If what the waiter said is true, there is still some time before the Blood Prison trial opens. If you are interested in participating, you can stay here and inquire about it before taking action. Yang Kai glanced over at them. That waiter is just an ordinary person. Although the Blood Prison trial is a once-in-a-thousand-year event, I'm afraid he doesn't know much about it. This kind of thing really needs to be investigated and confirmed. Yang Xiaozhu gently nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's point of view. Since that's the case, let's stay here. It's still early anyway. If this place is really that good, we won't leave for the time being, Qian Tong proposed. No problem, Mou nodded. After coming to an agreement, everyone hurriedly found a good inn in Greenwater City and booked a few rooms to stay. Yang Kai did not stay. After entrusting Qian Yu to the care of Qian Tong and the others, he left Greenwater City on his star shuttle alone. He needed to find traces of Su Yin on Green Mountain Star. With the connection between him and Su Yin, if Su Yin really did end up on this star, it would not be difficult to find her. As long as the two of them were within a certain range, they would naturally sense each other. What's more, Su Yin's Ice Soul Bead was still in Yang Kai's hands, so it would definitely react to Su Yin. Yang Kai moved like the wind as he stood atop his star shuttle and began to wander around Green Mountain's star with a look of expectation. Passing through towering mountains and lofty ridges, crossing rivers and rivers, Yang Kai left large tracts of land behind him. As time passed, he gradually became disappointed. Green Mountain Star was the closest star to where Qian Yu, Su Yin, and the others had been separated, so it was very likely that she had ended up here. The rising star, which was a little further away, was at least a few months away from here. Yang Kai felt that Su Yin shouldn't have gone too far. However, even after searching for a while, he couldn't find the slightest trace of Su Yin, nor did the ice soul bead react in the slightest, a result that surprised him greatly. Su Yin was not here. During these 6 months, Yang Kai ran almost all over Green Mountain Star without stopping for a moment, but the final result disappointed him. Yang Kai stood on top of a mountain peak, looking at the scenery in the distance with a lonely expression. Not being able to find Su Yin, his mood was not very good. In the forest, there was a pair of wild eyes staring at him. Using the cover of the forest, they quietly approached him. This was the territory of a powerful monster beast. Without its master's permission, no living creature was allowed to enter. Any living being that dared to violate this rule had already become food for this demonic beast. The monster beast had its own intuition, so it quietly stared at Yang Kai. Realizing that this person's strength wasn't too strong, it prepared to slaughter him and let Yang Kai know the consequences of trespassing on its territory. With the help of the wind, it completely eliminated its scent and approached Yang Kai step by step, looking for the best place and opportunity to attack. Suddenly, it saw Yang Kai turn around and glance at the place where it was hiding. "Consider yourself unlucky," Yang Kai muttered, grinning fiercely. This grin caused the approaching monster beast to feel a chill run down its spine, and an extremely uneasy feeling suddenly spread from the depths of its heart. Before it could do anything, Yang Kai waved his hand and summoned his 3 helpers. The stone mongoose carried the heaven-shaking pillar and suddenly turned into a stone giant. The artifact spirit let out a cry and turned into a fiery red bird. The dragon bone sword released an astonishing pressure, accompanied by a dragon's roar, and a giant green dragon more than 100 feet long appeared. The monster beast's eyes revealed an anthropomorphic look of horror. It turned around and fled. At this moment, it knew that it had chosen the wrong target. "Kill it!" Yang Kai grinned fiercely. The earth immediately trembled. The stone mongoose strode forward, leaving a deep footprint on the ground with every step. The fiery bird turned into a red light and quickly approached the monster beast, burning all the trees in its path and turning them to ashes in the blink of an eye. The giant green dragon followed closely behind. Yang Kai exhaled softly, as if he wanted to release the knot in his heart. Only then did he follow unhurriedly. Right now, he was in a bad mood, and the monster beast dared to covet him. It was simply courting death. He needed to do something. The monster beast's angry roar and the stone mongoose's low growl could be heard, mixed with the cries of the fiery bird and the roar of the dragon bone sword. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth intertwined with each other, and in the forest, a massacre was taking place. Although the monster beast level was not low, being at the peak of the 9th rank and only 1 step away from the 10th rank, it was no match for the stone mongoose's fiery bird and the dragon bone sword. Even if it wanted to escape, it had no chance. There was no suspense in the battle. By the time Yang Kai arrived, the monster beast that had coveted him just now was already lying on the ground, lifeless. Its waist was broken, and white bone stubble poked out of its body. It seemed to have been smashed by the stone mongoose with the heaven-shaking pillar. Its fur was charred black, obviously caused by the artifact spirit. The giant green dragon hovered above its corpse, seemingly wanting to devour its flesh and blood essence. Yang Kai stopped it and quickly rushed to the monster beast's corpse. He calmly shot a golden blood thread into its body. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the golden blood thread swam like a fish through the monster beast's corpse. A bizarre scene appeared. The monster beast's corpse shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the energy contained in its body was being devoured by something. Yang Kai looked at this scene with a calm expression, as if he had already expected this. Not long after, the monster beast's corpse was completely dried up, and even its monster core had disappeared. Yang Kai raised his hand and a golden and red thread flew out of the corpse, moving back and forth between Yang Kai's fingers as if it was alive. Looking at it quietly, Yang Kai's eyes filled with surprise and joy, his previous disappointment easing slightly. With a thought, the golden blood thread in his hand suddenly twisted and squirmed, transforming into the appearance of a monster beast. It looked no different from the monster beast lying on the ground, and even its size was similar. However, this monster beast transformed from the golden blood thread was gold and red, and its eyes moved about as if it had intelligence. The golden blood thread's transformation. This was recorded in the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai had long since thoroughly comprehended it, but he had never had the opportunity to do so. The transformation of the golden blood thread was not only manifested by the fusion of different numbers of golden blood threads, but also by the fusion of different killing techniques. It could also allow the golden blood thread to devour the flesh and soul of the monster beast, giving it new transformations. This was a new form of the golden blood thread, the crystallization of the wisdom of the senior who created this secret technique. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had fought with the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple and had seen her 2 demon blood threads transform into 2 blood snakes. At that time, he had been very curious about how the beautiful temple master had accomplished this. Later, after comprehending the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique, Yang Kai understood its mysteries. The golden blood thread was condensed from Yang Kai's golden blood, so it could devour the flesh and blood essence of the monster beast and absorb the energy from its monster core, allowing it to transform into a blood beast. The 2 blood snakes of Demon Blood Temple's temple master were the blood beasts transformed from her demon blood threads. The blood beasts could inherit the abilities of the monster beast when it was alive, and because they were transformed from Yang Kai's golden blood, they were connected to his soul, allowing him to command them as he wished. Previously, on Shadowed Star, Yang Kai had not had time to find a suitable monster beast, so he had not been able to learn the blood beast technique. Now that he had encountered a suitable one here, naturally he would not let it go. With the help of the stone mongoose, this was an easy task. Releasing his divine sense and probing this blood beast, Yang Kai gently nodded in satisfaction. In terms of aura alone, this blood beast transformed from his golden blood thread should not be weaker than a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Perhaps there was some difference in strength between it and when it was alive, but it was not by much. The most important thing was that Yang Kai had more than 1 golden blood thread. As long as there were enough monster beast, all of Yang Kai's golden blood threads could be transformed into blood beasts. When the time came, hundreds of blood beasts could be released together. Even if he faced an origin king, Yang Kai would not necessarily be powerless. However, it was not easy to find a suitable monster beast, so this matter would have to be done slowly. Thinking so, Yang Kai willed himself and stretched out his hand to touch the blood beast. The blood beast immediately shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it was only the size of a pigeon egg. Leaping up, it landed on Yang Kai's palm. Yang Kai smiled lightly and was about to put it away when he suddenly thought of something and stared carefully at the blood beast in his palm, a look of contemplation flashing across his face. Sinking into contemplation, Yang Kai seemed to be comprehending something. After a long time, Yang Kai's body shook and his eyes flashed as he muttered, "Pills can only be called spirit pills when they have spirit, so that's how it is." At this moment, Yang Kai somewhat understood the meaning behind the words in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture that had confused him for a long time. Although it was just a guess, it was worth a try. If he succeeded, he could successfully refine an Origin King-grade spirit pill and be promoted to an Origin King-grade alchemist. "Spread out and cover for me. Don't let anything disturb me," Yang Kai ordered. His 3 great helpers immediately dispersed and stood guard nearby. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and with a wave of his hand took out the purple origin furnace and some boxes containing herbs from his space ring. Flicking his finger, Yang Kai sent a few strands of Saint Chi into the purple origin furnace before picking up a jade box, opening it, and taking out an Origin King-grade herb from it, placing it directly into the purple origin furnace. Conflagrated knowledge C burst out and Yang Kai began to control the temperature of the condensed medicinal liquid. He was familiar with this process. Chapter 1549. Inside the starship, Yang Kai had repeated this process countless times, so he was well aware of every step. Yang Kai was confident that his grasp of the heat and the timing of the herbs was flawless, but for some reason, he was unable to refine an Origin King-grade spirit pill. But now, he had a bold conjecture. Whether this idea could be realized or not had yet to be verified, so Yang Kai was extremely cautious, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. Origin King grade herbs were thrown into the purple origin furnace one after another, and under the tempering of Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge and the assistance of various spirit arrays, these herbs were transformed into medicinal liquids that fused with each other, causing some magical and mysterious changes to occur. Yang Kai's demeanor became more and more focused, and his movements became more and more careful as he threw in the herbs. One by one, the spirit arrays were drawn by his conflagrated knowledge and imprinted into the purple origin furnace to assist in the refinement of the herbs. Everything was in order, and no mistakes were made. Time passed little by little, and Yang Kai's forehead began to ooze fine sweat. Refining an Origin King grade pill was also a great test for Yang Kai. Not only did it require him to control his spiritual energy, but there were also various psychological burdens. The pressure on him was as heavy as a mountain. A faint fragrance began to fill the air from the purple origin furnace as the medicinal liquids began to fuse perfectly. However, Yang Kai did not relax because of this. During the 2 years aboard the starship, Yang Kai had smelled the medicinal fragrance coming from the purple origin furnace countless times, but he had never succeeded in refining a spirit pill. Every time he tried, it would end in failure. Now, he had reached the most critical moment of alchemy. Yang Kai's nose twitched gently as he sensed the changes in the medicinal fragrance, looking for the right opportunity. The fragrance gradually became stronger, and soon, the surrounding 1,000-meter radius seemed to be filled with this unique medicinal fragrance, making one feel refreshed. At a certain moment, when this fragrance reached its peak, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed. Now was the time. He stretched out his hand and lifted it in the air. A ball of gold and red light appeared on his palm. Inside the ball of light, there was a shadow of a beast that had shrunk countless times. It was bouncing inside the ball of light. Blood Beast. It was none other than the blood beast that Yang Kai had just refined with his golden blood thread. Lifting the lid of the purple origin cauldron, Yang Kai threw the blood fiend into it. Silently, under the tremendous power of his conflagrated spiritual energy, the blood fiend instantly disappeared and merged into the medicinal liquid inside the cauldron. There was a faint smell of blood mixed with the medicinal fragrance. Not only did it not feel abrupt, but because of the smell of blood, the medicinal fragrance became stronger. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, faintly feeling that he had grasped the key point. Not daring to delay, Yang Kai hurriedly urged his conflagrated spiritual energy to continue refining the medicinal liquid. All of the insights he obtained from comprehending the true alchemy enlightenment scripture were used by Yang Kai at this moment. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest hesitation. The blood beast condensed from the golden blood threads, and the essence of the monster beast's flesh and blood completely dissolved, becoming a part of the medicinal liquid. The purple origin cauldron suddenly shook, as if some unknown change was occurring inside. Yang Kai's expression brightened, as he hurriedly suppressed it with his conflagrated spiritual energy. A sizzling sound rang out as if some kind of living creature was struggling inside the purple origin cauldron, slamming into its walls in an attempt to escape. Yang Kai remained unmoved. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the movement inside the cauldron gradually subsided. Yang Kai took back his conflagrated spiritual energy, took a deep breath, and stared at the purple origin cauldron solemnly and hesitantly. Whether he succeeded or failed would depend on the result. Yang Kai did not know whether his alchemy this time was successful or not, but at least there was no burning smell like before, which was a good start. After hesitating for a long time, Yang Kai stretched out his hand towards the purple origin cauldron. If he stuck his head out, he would be cut in half, so he might as well be straightforward about it. The lid of the purple origin cauldron was lifted by Yang Kai, and at that moment, a stream of light suddenly flew out of the cauldron, circled around, and tried to escape into the distance. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai shouted as he stretched out his hand towards the stream of light, his movements as fast as lightning, and grabbed it in the palm of his hand. The moment he touched it, Yang Kai could feel the resistance and struggle coming from it, but it soon subsided, as if the thing in his hand had accepted its fate. Yang Kai let go of his hand and examined it carefully. A pale silver pill about the size of a longan fruit appeared in front of his eyes. The fragrance it gave off was not as strong as when it was being refined, so even when Yang Kai leaned in, he could only smell a faint fragrance, but the feeling it gave off was completely different from before. It made him feel even more relaxed and happy. An Origin King grade spirit pill. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai confirmed that the medicinal efficacies coming from this spirit pill were indeed that of an Origin King grade spirit pill. Although it was only a low-rank pill, its quality was extremely high. Yang Kai showed a look of joy as he observed it carefully, only letting out a laugh after a long time. He finally understood what it meant to say that only pills with spirit could be called spirit pills. The Origin King grade spirit pill in front of him was the best proof of this. His golden blood threads were rich in spirituality, and so were the blood beasts transformed from them. Using the blood beast as a guide to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, Yang Kai was not disappointed. If this was just a guess before the refinement, it had now been confirmed. Pills did not possess spirituality for no reason. Even the highest grade Origin King grade herbs did not possess spirituality, unless they were world spirit treasures that had developed some form of sentience. Since that was the case, Yang Kai had to use something with spirituality to refine this pill. Pill spirit. As long as he had a pill spirit, Yang Kai could refine an Origin King grade spirit pill. The blood beast was the pill spirit of the spirit pill in his hand. Yang Kai had suddenly realized this when he saw the blood beast's spirituality, and after trying it out, it really worked. Yang Kai did not know how other Origin King grade alchemists refined Origin King grade pills, but there was absolutely no problem with the method he had comprehended. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture had not clearly pointed out this path to him, so this method was entirely his own creation. If 1,000 alchemists meditated with the true alchemy enlightenment scripture, they might gain 1,000 insights. Yang Kai saw his own alchemic Tao from the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. The pill in his hand was just a 3 spirits pure pill that could increase one's cultivation. It was not a very high-grade Origin King grade pill, and although its value was high, it was not heaven-defying. At the very least, using a blood beast refined from a single golden blood thread as a pill spirit was a bit of a waste. Although this method was feasible, if he really used this method to perform alchemy in the future, it would not be long before Yang Kai's golden blood threads were exhausted. This kind of consumption was not something Yang Kai could afford. How could he improve on this? Yang Kai was not satisfied with this, and instead fell into contemplation. Soon, he had a new idea. The blood beast had a high spirituality and could indeed be used as a pill spirit. A pure golden blood thread, or even his own golden blood, should also be able to bear this heavy responsibility. Perhaps, the soul of the monster beast could also be used. Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately put aside his many distracting thoughts and began to verify his ideas. Half a day later, another 3 spirits pure pill was born in Yang Kai's hands. This spirit pill was refined using Yang Kai's golden blood as a catalyst. Comparing the 2 spirit pills together, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the efficacy of the first refinement of the 3 spirits pure pill seemed to be slightly higher than the second refinement. Perceiving this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. Not continuing, Yang Kai began to search for a suitable monster beast in the jungle. A month later, Yang Kai held a jade bottle in his hand. This bottle was filled with Origin King grade pills, each of them a light silver color. In order to refine this bottle of 3 spirits pure pill, Yang Kai had spent a lot of effort, killing several dozen monster beast 8th order and above. After some experiments, Yang Kai determined that his previous idea was feasible. In order to refine an Origin King grade spirit pill, it was not necessary to use one's own golden blood as a catalyst. Any existence that had a spirit that did not conflict with the spirit of the herbs could be used as a catalyst. For example, the soul of the monster beast. Yang Kai had the demon eye of annihilation, which had fused with the power of the colored glass divine light, so it was not a problem for him to restrain the soul of a monster beast. If he could restrain the monster beast's soul from its body and integrate it into the herbs, the pill would gain a spirit. However, the requirements for Origin King grade spirit pills were not low. The soul of a 7th order monster beast was not enough. The soul of an 8th order monster beast was acceptable, and the 9th order monster beast was the best choice. If he could obtain the soul of a 10th order monster beast, Yang Kai felt that he could refine a spirit pill with pill veins. In addition to the soul of a monster beast, those world spirit treasures that had gained sentience could also play the role of a pill spirit. The grade of the pill spirit was directly related to the success rate of pill refinement. After many failures, Yang Kai concluded that his harvest was huge. After a month of hard work, he had produced a bottle of Origin King grade spirit pills, consuming countless materials. This also marked his promotion to Origin King grade alchemist, standing at the peak of the alchemic Tao within the star territory. This method was his own creation, and only he could implement it. It was very difficult for others to restrain the soul of a dead monster beast and integrate it into herbs. So, even if someone spied on Yang Kai's alchemy method, they would not be able to replicate it unless they used a similar secret technique. The sublimation of his alchemy skills had allowed him to deepen his understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Although his cultivation realm had not changed much, his grasp of his own strength had become much better than before. Now that his alchemy level had reached the Origin King grade, Yang Kai's next step was to study alchemy techniques. He had always thought that a single set of herbs could only refine a single pill. For so many years, he had done so. However, the true alchemy enlightenment scripture had put forward a different and innovative idea. In fact, a single set of herbs could refine more than one pill. If one's luck was bad, it would not be a problem to refine 35 pills, but if one's luck was good, it would be possible to refine 78 pills. This idea had opened Yang Kai's eyes to another vast world of alchemy. However, if one wanted to achieve this incredible achievement, they had to use a special method to refine a pill before it was formed. This required a lot of experience, and not every alchemist could do it. Chapter 1550. This kind of alchemy technique filled Yang Kai's heart with excitement. In the past, the grade of the pills he refined was not high, and the materials were easy to find. Refining one pill per set of materials was not a problem. With High Heaven Sect as his backing, Yang Kai did not need to worry about the source of materials. But now that he was an Origin King grade alchemist, the materials he needed to refine pills were not only precious but also difficult to find. Even with High Heaven Sect's support, he could not find too many materials. If he could refine more than one spirit pill per set of materials, it would be a huge profit for him. However, this matter was not urgent. Yang Kai had just become an Origin King grade alchemist and still needed to accumulate a lot of experience. Only when he had accumulated a certain amount of experience in refining Origin King grade spirit pills would he be able to delve deeper. Half a month later, Yang Kai returned to Greenwater City. Not being able to find Su Yin on this trip, Yang Kai was not prepared to stay on this origin star any longer. He needed to return to Tongxian Realm as soon as possible and transfer his family and friends to Shadowed Star to provide them with a better environment and resources. Arriving at the inn where Qian Tong and the others were staying, Yang Kai released his divine sense and could not help feeling stunned. Qian Tong and the others were not here. This unexpected discovery made Yang Kai's heart jump as he wondered if Qian Tong and the others had encountered some kind of accident. After all, before he left, he had made an appointment with them to meet here. Where could they have gone? Yang Kai frowned, took out his communication artifact, and poured his divine sense into it. A moment later, the communication artifact lit up and a burst of spiritual energy pulsed from it. Yang Kai quickly sank his divine sense to investigate. After spying on the message Qian Tong sent to him, Yang Kai was extremely surprised. They had not encountered any accidents. On the contrary, they were now living well and had even become Greenwater City's honored elders. This result greatly surprised Yang Kai. Putting away the communication artifact, Yang Kai rushed out of the inn and walked towards a building in the center of Greenwater City. When he got there, Qian Tong and the others were already welcoming him with smiles on their faces. They hadn't seen Yang Kai for a few months, so they didn't ask him what he was doing. They warmly welcomed Yang Kai into the building and asked someone to serve him tea. Then, they started to explain to Yang Kai. It turned out that not long after Yang Kai left, the city lord of Greenwater City personally came to visit Qian Tong and the others. After all, a lineup of 5 third-order origin returning realm masters was not something anyone on Green Mountain Star could ignore. What's more, Green Water City was just a small city. Besides the City Lord and Vice City Lord, who were both cultivators, there were no other third-order masters in the city. The sudden arrival of Qian Tong and the others had caused the mayor of Greenwater City to feel apprehensive. He did not know what they were up to, so he decided to inquire about the intentions of Qian Tong and the others. After learning that Qian Tong and the others were not cultivators from Green Mountain Star and had only come to participate in the blood prison trial, Greenwater City's City Lord breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he invited Qian Tong and the others to serve as elders of Greenwater City. Qian Tong and the others didn't want to agree at first. For them, Green Mountain Star was just a place to break through and eventually return to Shadowed Star, so there was no need for them to serve as elders of a city here. Agreeing rashly would be irresponsible. But after Greenwater City's City Lord explained the stakes and informed Qian Tong and the others that he would also participate in the blood prison trial and that everyone could help each other, Qian Tong and the others thought about it for a while before agreeing. However, they did not agree to the position of elder and instead only agreed to be idol-honored guests. They had also informed Greenwater City's City Lord that they would leave after the blood prison trial. Greenwater City's City Lord readily agreed. That was why they did not live in an inn and instead settled in a place arranged for them by Greenwater City's City Lord. After all, we are outsiders, so this City Lord is wary of us, so it is natural for him to want to win us over. However, since he is a native cultivator of Green Mountain Star, he should know much more about the blood prison trial than we do. So joining forces with him can be considered a win-win situation, Qian Tong said leisurely. And Yang Kai nodded. That's also good. With a local snake taking care of us, at least we won't have to worry about inquiring about information. Several seniors can do as they see fit, but several seniors should still be careful not to fall for Greenwater City's City Lord schemes. After all, it's hard to tell what's in a person's heart. Qian Tong and the others laughed. Mou said, Sect Master Yang can rest assured. Although Greenwater City's City Lord is a shrewd person, according to my contact with him, his heart is not bad and he shouldn't act rashly. What's more, even if he wants to scheme against us, he is alone, so we have nothing to fear. Then Junior is worrying too much. Yang Kai nodded. Good, since several seniors are safe here, I can leave with peace of mind. How long will it take you to come back? Qian Tong looked at him solemnly. I don't know, at least 1 or 2 years, at most 3 or 4 years. Perhaps I'll be able to return before the blood prison trial and see what's inside, Yang Kai grinned. That would be for the best. With you accompanying us, I believe the trial will be much safer. Qian Tong's spirit shook, obviously very confident in Yang Kai's strength. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai in high spirits, seemingly eager for him to return as soon as possible. Yang Kai smiled before turning to Qian Yu and asking, Do you want to return to Tongxian Realm with me, or stay here? Me? Qian Yu showed a look of hesitation. She really didn't know what to choose. Tongxian Realm was her and Yang Kai's homeland. It would be a lie to say she didn't miss it. She had been forced to leave all those years ago, and now that she had a chance to return, she naturally wanted to see the land she grew up in. But the scenery was still the same, but the people of that land had long since changed. Everything related to Ice Sect should no longer exist. Perhaps the people there didn't even know that Ice Sect once stood in this vast ice field. I'll stay. Qian Yu's confused and beautiful eyes gradually became firm as she made a choice. Those who are related to me should all be in Tongxian territory. If I go back, it will only add to my sadness. If I stay here, I can continue to inquire about information. Perhaps I can use this time to inquire about some information. Yang Kai nodded slowly, not trying to persuade her. It was reasonable for her to make such a choice. Then I'll leave Qian Yu in your care. Yang Kai turned to Qian Tong and the others. You can rest assured, with these old masters here, no one will dare do anything to her. Hehe, Origin Kings are rare everywhere, Qian Tong chuckled. Below the Origin King realm, they were the strongest, and with the 5 of them working together, it was likely that few would dare to cause trouble. This Mo won't say anything more. Sect Master Yang, I wish you a safe journey. Return early. Mou said solemnly. Sect Master, be careful. Yang Xiaozhu also looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. Yang Kai did not stay in Green Water City for long. After learning that Qian Tong and the others were safe, he set off the next day and embarked on a journey back to his homeland. Flying out of Green Mountain Star on his star shuttle, Yang Kai released the starship from the sealed world bead, and after everything was ready, the starship quickly sailed into Starfield. Back then, Yang Kai had rushed into Green Mountain Star's territory with just a Saint Realm cultivation and had been separated from his old friends for several dozen years. Yang Kai did not know how they had fared during these past few decades, or if anything had happened to them. Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he suddenly felt a sense of homesickness. The more time passed, the more obvious this feeling became. Letting the starship return along the path he had taken in the past, Yang Kai felt the changes in his state of mind, allowing the joys and sorrows in his heart to condense and settle. His state of mind had unconsciously become more solid. Looking back, Yang Kai was no longer the brat of the past. Today, he had a powerful second-order origin returning realm cultivation, an invincible existence under the Origin King realm. Leading High Heaven Sect on Shadowed Star, he was second only to one and above all. Yang Kai's back was straight, like a javelin, his expression proud and cold. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Yang Kai turned his head in a certain direction and released his divine sense at the same time. A beautiful scene was imprinted in his vision. Massive stars, each containing a different type of energy, surrounded a certain part of the star field. At the center of these stars, in the void, something seemed to be calling out to Yang Kai. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai could still sense it. The chaotic abyss. He had actually arrived here. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses and discovered that he had been silently flowing through the river of time, completely forgetting the passage of time. This was the first place Yang Kai had stopped when he first entered Green Mountain Star's territory. This was the most dangerous and unpredictable place in Green Mountain Star's territory. In this seemingly calm and beautiful location, there was an irresistible danger. The chaotic storms were countless times more terrifying than the storms in Green Mountain's Star's territory and could even swallow starships. Yang Kai was swallowed up by the chaotic storms here and ended up on the floating continent, where he met masters like Gue Zhu and learned about the wonders of Green Mountain's Star's territory. Back then, Yang Kai did not understand the mysteries of this place, but now that his strength had improved and his vision had broadened, he began to understand the mysteries of this place. The gathering of energy that caused one's heart to palpitate could compress space, making it impossible to find, and the eruption of the chaotic storms was the key to opening the door to this space. At the center of the chaotic abyss was a small world. That was the floating continent. When Yang Kai left the floating continent with Gue Zhu and the others, he had left behind a thread of his divine sense in the center of the floating continent. There was an extremely large mass of energy there that Yang Kai suspected was the source of the floating continent. At that time, his strength was too low, and he did not dare act rashly. Now that he was passing by this place, the thread of his divine sense immediately formed a connection with him, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai did not respond. Although his current strength was completely different from before, Yang Kai was not arrogant enough to try refining this mass of energy. If the source of Star's star was so easy to refine, Gue Zhu would not have been trapped inside for 2,000 years. Yang Kai still needed to wait for his own strength to become stronger before he could attempt this. The starship did not slow down and soon left the chaotic abyss behind and flew straight towards Tongxian realm. Chapter 1551. The sun in the warship was as calm as water in an ancient well, extremely calm. Time passed little by little as Yang Kai comprehended the various secret techniques and cultivated. One day, a disciple knocked on the door and reported, "Sect Master, we've arrived." "We've arrived?" Yang Kai opened his eyes, a hint of excitement flashing across them as his figure flickered, leaving the room and arriving in the hall. At this time, the starship was quietly suspended 1,000,000 kilometers away from a certain cultivation star, no longer moving forward. Many disciples responsible for controlling the starship saw Yang Kai appear and turned to him, waiting for his orders. Without Yang Kai's order, they did not dare to act rashly. However, Was this cultivation star the sect master's homeland? Why did it seem like it was on the decline? When the disciples looked towards Tongxian realm, all of them were puzzled. When Yang Kai's eyes landed on Tongxian realm, his face also sank slightly. In the past, his vision was not high enough, and he had not seen the other wonders of the star territory, so he did not know what was wrong with Tongxian realm. On the contrary, he used to think that Tongxian realm was extremely rich, or at least that the central capital could not compare to it. But now, after returning from the star territory and experiencing several dozen years of hard work and tempering, he saw the problem with Tongxian realm at a glance. It was old, it was past its prime, and a bleak and sorrowful aura lingered around this cultivation star. Its gray color was like old age spots, highlighting the weakness of this cultivation star. Yang Kai's heart clenched. He did not know that his homeland would be like this before, or rather, he had never realized this problem before. It seemed that on Tongxian realm, the Saint realm was the highest realm and was not without foundation. It was different from Shadowed Star. Shadowed Star's world energy was abundant, but it was suppressed by an invisible world principle, making it impossible for a cultivator to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Tongxian realm did not have this kind of world principle suppression, but the world energy was too thin to meet the needs of a cultivator to break through to a higher realm. The Saint realm was the limit. At this moment, Yang Kai understood the root of Tongxian realm's problems. Sect Master, we? The disciple next to him turned to look at him and respectfully asked for his opinion. Go down. Yang Kai waved his hand lightly. The disciple obeyed, controlled the starship, and flew down. The starship passed through the gray area, passing through the atmosphere of Tongxian realm, and finally landed on this backward Martial Dao continent. Yang Kai used by Yang Kai by Yang Kai to determine his current location. The spiritual energy was thin, but it was filled with demonic energy. Tongxian realm was divided into 3 major territories: the human territory, the demon land, and the monster territory. Of these 3 territories, the human territory was the largest, occupying almost 70% of Tongxian realm, followed by the demon land and the monster territory. Unexpectedly, after returning to Tongxian realm, he had come directly to the demon land, a result that surprised Yang Kai a little. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and stared off in a certain direction. As he probed with his divine sense, several life auras suddenly broke into his perception. One of them was a second-order saint who gave Yang Kai a faint sense of familiarity, but as for who it was, he couldn't remember. There were only a few people in the entire demon land who could reach the second-order saint realm, so it should be one of the demon general. The demon race had 4 demon general, all of them saint realm cultivators. The other party had obviously discovered traces of the starship sailing here and hurried over to investigate. It was a good opportunity to inquire about some information. Yang Kai thought to himself, faintly saying, "Wait here, I'm going to see someone." Saying so, his figure flickered and he arrived outside the starship, waiting quietly. For the current Yang Kai, a distance of 100 kilometers could be traversed in an instant. Having cultivated the Tao of space, he could now freely swim through void cracks, ignoring the barriers of space. However, for a second-order Saint Demon General who did not have a suitable flight-type artifact, even if he did his best, it would still take the time it would take to brew a cup of tea to reach the starship. After a cup of tea's worth of time, a large expanse of black chi appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This black chi was filled with a violent and bloody aura, and several figures were hidden inside it. The black chi tumbled and soon came to a stop 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai. These figures finally revealed themselves. The one leading them was a burly man with a ferocious expression, holding a spear-like artifact in his hand, giving him a very majestic appearance. At this moment, this man was staring towards Yang Kai in shock, his pair of red eyes filled with shock. He did not see Yang Kai, but the starship behind Yang Kai was extremely familiar. As a demon general, he naturally knew that there was a similar existence deep underground in the demon capital. It was a flight-type artifact that the Bone Race had used to travel to Tongxian realm many years ago. Unfortunately, this starship was eventually destroyed by Great Demon God, leaving behind only a pile of scrap metal. It had been kept as a top secret, and was sealed several tens of thousands of meters beneath the demon capital. Could it be that someone from the outer star had come to Tongxian realm again? Thinking of this, the demon general was taken aback. The last time something like this happened, great demon god had sacrificed himself to save Tongxian realm, a feat that had always been the pride of the demon race. But now, who could turn the tide and save Tongxian realm from this calamity? Perhaps that human race cultivator from back then had such ability. After all, when the bone race stirred up trouble again, Tongxian realm's 3 clans joined forces under his leadership to defeat them. However, it was said that more than 30 years ago, that human race cultivator had left Tongxian realm, and there had been no news of him since. Many distracting thoughts flashed across this demon general's mind, but he did not panic in the face of danger. Understanding the aggressive nature of the demon race, he turned his gaze towards Yang Kai with a dignified expression. The next moment, he showed a shocked expression, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight, his jaw dropping as he pointed at Yang Kai. You. He couldn't seem to believe his eyes. Demon General Menggu, haha, long time no see. Has Brother Ming been well? Yang Kai grinned at him. You're Yang Shangju? Meng Ji's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had never imagined that the person who had come here on this starship was actually the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, the human race youth who had disappeared more than 30 years ago. When the bone race revived and the 3 clans joined forces, Menggu and Yang Kai had fought side by side, so naturally, he remembered his appearance. Now that he heard Yang Kai's voice, he immediately recognized him. This person turned out to be that young man. This was too incredible. This young man had disappeared for more than 30 years, but as soon as he appeared, he owned a starship. Where had he been all these years? Menggu had heard that he had left Tongxian realm to explore the scattered star territory. Had he succeeded? Thinking so, Menggu couldn't help trembling in shock as his eyes glazed over. It's this Yang. Brother Ming, don't tell me you don't recognize me? Yang Kai chuckled. How could that be? Menggu shook his big head. Although I haven't seen you for many years, this general will never forget Yang Shangju's heroic bearing. How has Zhang Yuan been in recent years? Yang Kai asked again. You're asking about the demon commander's master? Menggu frowned, a trace of dissatisfaction appearing on his face. Zhang Yuan was the demon commander of the demon race, a top master in Tongxian realm. Even if Yang Kai's strength was extraordinary and he was the master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, in the end, he was still in existence on the same level as the demon commander's master. Whether it was out of courtesy or otherwise, Menggu shouldn't call him by his name. This brat's tone was quite arrogant, acting like an elder asking about a junior, so Menggu was naturally a little annoyed. In a lukewarm tone, Menggu replied, Many thanks for Sect Master Yang's concern. Senior has been well and has been in retreat in the demon capital in recent years. Saying so, Menggu released his divine sense and swept Yang Kai. He wanted to know to what extent this human race youth's cultivation had grown after so many years. If Menggu remembered correctly, this young man should have been a first-order saint when he left. So after a few dozen years, with his aptitude, he should have reached the third-order saint realm. After a single sweep, Meng Ji's face changed greatly. He suddenly discovered that he couldn't see through Yang Kai's depths at all. When his divine sense swept over him, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to cause the slightest ripple. How is this possible? Meng Ji's expression immediately became complicated as his eyes bulged. He was a second-order saint, so even if Yang Kai had really broken through to the third-order saint realm, he couldn't hide from his divine sense. Even the legendary Saint King realm that great demon god had once reached was impossible. Could it be this little brat has already reached this realm, or even higher? Thinking so, Meng Ji's feet began to cramp as his eyes filled with shock. Pursing his lips, he asked dryly, Yang Shangju, what realm is he in now? What realm? Yang Kai raised his brow. He was naturally aware of Meng Ji's little movements, but he didn't blame him. The people of the demon race were all like this. Each and every one of them was unruly and unruly. Hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai said, I can't tell you what realm I'm in right now, but you'll find out when you have the chance. Right? Go to the demon capital and ask Zhang Yuan to come see me in Nine Heavens Holy Land. I just returned, but I'll be heading to Nine Heavens Holy Land soon. Meng Gu swallowed hard, the unruly expression on his face gradually converging, like a tamed beast that had submitted to Yang Kai. This time, he was very tactful and didn't pay attention to Kai Yang's arrogance. He faintly guessed that Kai Yang had reached a height that he could never hope to reach. This guess made him both shocked and frightened, but at the same time, he was inexplicably excited. Yang Shangzhu may rest assured. This one will immediately head to the demon capital to inform Senior of this news, Menggu quickly said. Good, there's one more thing. Yang Kai touched his nose. Which direction is Nine Heavens Holy Land? Menggu was stunned and pointed. Many thanks. Yang Kai smiled lightly before his figure flickered and disappeared. A moment later, the dark starship trembled slightly and mysteriously disappeared from Meng Ji's vision. Master, who is that human brat? How dare he act so arrogantly, not putting you in his eyes at all? One of the people from the demon race who had followed Menggu grumbled in dissatisfaction. Chapter 1552. Although the relationship between the three clans had become much more harmonious after the Bone Race's resurgence and the three clans had joined forces to resist the enemy, that did not mean there were no more disputes, especially when it came to competition for cultivation resources. It was just that there was no longer an atmosphere of life and death enmity between them. The human race did not dare to trespass into the demon land at will. But now, a young human race man had suddenly appeared here, not only not putting Master Menggu in his eyes, but also daring to call out the demon commander by his name. This made the people from the demon race very dissatisfied. If it weren't for Menggu being here, they would likely have immediately rushed up and made this young human race man pay the price. Shut up, Menggu shouted. That person. You can't afford to provoke him. This general can't afford to provoke him, and even Senior. I'm afraid you can't afford to provoke him. Don't talk about him behind his back. What? Senior can't afford to provoke him? The people from the demon race were shocked, their eyes trembling. What kind of background does he have? His name? You may have heard it before. Menggu frowned. He is the master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai. The expressions of the people from the demon race immediately changed as they fell silent. Today, in Tongxian Realm, Nine Heavens Holy Land was the dominant force, standing above the three clans. There were countless Saint Realm masters in the Holy Land and no other force could compare. However, although Nine Heavens Holy Land had been in the limelight for many years, there had been no news of their holy master. None of them had expected that the young man just now was actually the master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. The world is about to change, Mungo muttered as he looked at the dusky sky. Soon after, he turned around and hurriedly rushed in the direction of Modu. He had to pass the news of Yang Kai's return to Demon Commander Zhang Yuan as soon as possible. Nine Heavens Holy Land, a natural spirit array formed by the convergence of nine peaks. In Tongxian Realm, Nine Heavens Holy Land enjoyed a supreme reputation. The Holy Land had countless masters, and although it had not recruited any new disciples these years, its population was still thriving and it did not lack wealth. The reason for this was not only because Nine Heavens Holy Land had a strong influence and close relationship with the other great forces of the human race, but also because of the alchemy techniques here. There were several top alchemy grandmasters guarding this place all year round. When a cultivator came here with materials for alchemy, there was basically no chance of failure. As long as they paid enough for the materials and waited for a few days, they would be able to get a satisfactory elixir. With this income alone, Nine Heavens Holy Land didn't need to worry about a source of cultivation materials. Outside the Holy Land's 9 peaks, there was a long line that stretched for several kilometers. At least 1,000 cultivators with different cultivations were waiting for the alchemists of Nine Heavens Holy Land to perform alchemy for them. From time to time, a new cultivator would join the queue. Although there were many people, there was no chaos. Everyone was doing their part. The latecomers consciously lined up at the back of the line. They did not dare to cut the line just because they were stronger than the others. Anyone who dared to do so had already been taught a lesson. Of the cultivator waiting in line, the earliest one had already been waiting here for a month, but no one showed any signs of impatience. all of them standing there expectantly, waiting for the people from Nine Heavens' holy land to call them over to hand over their materials. In their boredom, these cultivators were whispering to each other, exchanging information, or talking about interesting stories. Time flew by quickly. On this day, a young man suddenly strolled in from outside the Nine Peaks. He had a heroic figure and bright eyes. He looked like a country bumpkin. His eyes rolled around as he looked around and clicked his tongue in wonder. His eyes seemed to be drifting as if he was reminiscing about something. After seeing the long line, this nostalgia became even more obvious. It's still like this. Yang Kai grinned as he walked forward, looking at the cultivator who came to ask for alchemy with great interest. When he was still in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, the scene outside the Holy Land was also like this. Unexpectedly, after a few dozen years, not much had changed here. The only change was that there were more people coming to ask for alchemy. "Hey, little brat, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an angry shout came from the crowd. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a big man glaring at him. Where did this little brat come from? Is he trying to cut the line? "Young man, if you want to live, go to the back and wait obediently. Don't think you're so great. Everyone who comes here has to abide by the rules." "Humph, if he dares to cut the line, I'll twist his head off. Little brat, go to the back obediently. If you don't abide by the rules and get caught by the people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land, you'll only be taught a lesson. But if you annoy these people, your end will be very ugly." Before Kai Yang had time to say anything, the crowd began to shout at him, trying to dissuade him from his actions. There were even more people who cast looks of contempt and pity at him. It seemed that Yang Kai's end would be very ugly. "I'm not here to ask for alchemy." Yang Kai touched his nose. "That's what every person who wants to cut the line says. Little brat, it looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Do you want me to teach you a lesson?" The big man who had shouted at Yang Kai before coldly snorted, clenching his fists and banging them against his chest as he glared at Yang Kai. "I'm really not here to ask for alchemy," Yang Kai said helplessly. "Then what are you here to do?" The big man didn't give up, his eyes aggressive, as if Yang Kai wouldn't give up until he gave an explanation. "I'm going home. I'm from Nine Heavens' Holy Land." Yang Kai sniffed. "You?" The big man looked Yang Kai up and down, a look of disbelief on his face, suddenly beckoning to the side and shouting, "Brother, I'll have to trouble you to come here." There was a cultivator who seemed to be patrolling nearby, but when he heard the shout, he immediately rushed over, glanced around and frowned. "What's wrong? Is someone trying to break the rules again?" "Heh, brother, look at this guy. He says he's from your holy land. From what I can see, he's trying to cut the line. Brother, take a look and see if he's from your holy land." The big man pointed to Yang Kai and said to the Nine Heavens Holy Land disciple. The disciple heard this and turned his eyes to Yang Kai, carefully sizing him up for a moment before shaking his head. "I've never seen this person before. On top of that, our Holy Land's disciples have the Holy Land's logo on their clothes." Saying so, he gestured to his chest. "Sure enough, this little brat is just spouting nonsense." The big man looked at Yang Kai gloatingly, pretending to be a Holy Land disciple. "You're dead? You don't know me?" Yang Kai looked at the disciple and asked, "Should I know you?" The other party didn't answer. Yang Kai gently nodded. "You don't look very old, probably just joined the Holy Land not long ago. Who is the elder on duty here today?" Hearing this question, the disciple's expression immediately became suspicious, not knowing whether Yang Kai was just spouting nonsense or if he really had some kind of relationship with the Holy Land. Although he grew up in the Holy Land since childhood, he was still only 25 to 26 years old. When Yang Kai was in the Holy Land, he hadn't even been born yet, so naturally he had never seen Yang Kai's face before. Although surprised, the disciple didn't dare neglect and quickly said, "It's Elder Shur who is in charge." "Elder Shur?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed as a figure appeared from the depths of his memory, smiling lightly. "Is it Shur Kuan?" And the disciple was shocked, really not understanding where Yang Kai came from, actually daring to call Elder Shur by his name, and listening to his tone, it seemed he was quite familiar with the elder. "Take me to him, he'll recognize me," Yang Kai said casually, but soon changed his mind. "Forget it. I'll go by myself. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared from where he stood. The group of people stared with wide eyes, their faces full of horror. Where is he? Where did that guy run off to? The burly man from before looked around, but couldn't see Yang Kai's figure, and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He thought he had seen a ghost. The others also had the same expression, and for a moment, a chill ran down their spines. Not far away, in a pavilion, Shirkuin was sitting cross-legged, as if he was comprehending something. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Shirkuin quickly opened his eyes and shouted, "How dare you!" At this moment, he noticed that someone had broken into the pavilion. As an elder of the Holy Land, he was in charge of maintaining order here, and the disciples were not allowed to disturb him without permission. He didn't expect that someone would be so blind as to come here while he was comprehending a secret technique. Shirkuin was naturally furious. Fortunately, it wasn't a critical moment, otherwise, it was very likely he would have been disturbed and turned into the demon race. With a shout, he raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the commotion. At a glance, Shirkuin's jaw dropped, and he stood there in a daze. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. After not seeing you for so many years, Elder Shir's temper seems to have grown. Holy Master? Shirkuin exclaimed. He never expected that the person who came to disturb him would be the Holy Master of the Holy Land, Yang Kai, who had disappeared for several decades. At first sight, Shirkuin could hardly believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes hard, and when he looked again, he found that the person standing in front of him was indeed the Holy Master. Although they hadn't seen each other for several decades, the Holy Master still looked as young as when he left. The flowing time Great Emperor didn't seem to have left any trace on him. Shirkuin's body suddenly trembled with excitement. Not bad, not bad. You've also reached the Second Order Saint realm. It seems you haven't been idle these past few years. Yang Kai gently nodded, seeing through Shirkuin's realm at a glance. Subordinate Shirkuin greets Holy Master and welcomes Holy Master back to the sect. Shirkuin hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and called out in a low voice, his tone filled with excitement. Get up! Yang Kai waved his hand. Shirkuin got up and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief, as if he was dreaming, pursing his lips and hesitating for a moment before asking, Holy Master, you've really returned? I've returned. How is the Holy Land now? Everything is fine. Holy Master doesn't need to worry, Shirkuin replied quickly. Because of the ups and downs in his mood, his blood was rushing to his head, causing his face to flush red. That's good. Holy Master, you should hurry back to the Holy Land. Since you left, Great Elder and the others have been worried about you day and night. Now that they know you've returned safely, they will be very happy, Shirkuin rubbed his hands and said. Yang Kai nodded. Come with me. Saying so, he stretched out his hand and wrapped Shirkuin in his Saint Chi. The next moment, the two disappeared from the pavilion. When Shirkuin's vision was restored, he found that he and Yang Kai had arrived at the inner peak and were greeted by the sight of the Holy Land's 9 peaks. Chapter 1553. Good. Nothing seems to have changed. Yang Kai stood midair, sweeping the entire Holy Land with his divine sense before nodding with satisfaction. Shirkuin was in a daze, not knowing how he had arrived at the inner peak, but he quickly realized that Yang Kai was the one who had done this. What kind of method was this? It was so bizarre that Shirkuin couldn't help feeling both respect and awe. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he took a step forward, took a deep breath, and shouted towards the 9 peaks, Holy Master, return to the sect. His shouts reverberated throughout the 9 peaks without end. The entire movement of the 9 peaks seemed to be drowned out by this echo, and a strange, quiet atmosphere appeared in the Holy Land. There was no sound at all. However, a moment later, the 9 peaks were suddenly thrown into chaos. Every peak was in a state of chaos as a large number of rays of light flew out from the various peaks and rapidly rushed over. Inside the alchemy room, Saint Grade Alchemist Duwan was refining a furnace of clear snow pills, a Saint Grade low-rank pill. The person who had come to request this pill was waiting outside the 9 peaks at this moment, so his status was not low. So Duwan had to personally take action. After spending more than a day, Duwan was about to complete his task. The alchemy room was now filled with a special cold fragrance. At this moment, Duwan was carefully controlling the heat as he stared at the pill furnace expectantly, preparing for the final pill condensing process. To the side, Changbao sat with a big belly, fat piled up on his face as he stared forward with narrowed eyes, seemingly trying to learn something from Duwan's refining technique. The expressions of the two saint-grade alchemists were both solemn and excited. One of them was the manager of Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild, while the other was the manager of Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild. Their identities were both highly respected, but because they had learned a great deal of alchemy knowledge in Nine Heavens Holy Land and had become saint-grade alchemists, they had resigned from their positions in the Alchemist Guild and joined Nine Heavens Holy Land. In addition to these two, there was also Hong Fong, He Feng, and Kong Ruoyu, all of whom were now saint-grade alchemists. Tongxian Realm's alchemy level had experienced a rapid development after Yang Kai left. All of this was due to the generous teachings of the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rue, and the inspiration of Xianing Chong. In the past, Li Rue was the only saint-grade alchemist in Tongxian Realm. As the alchemy process reached a critical juncture, Chang Bao's small eyes narrowed even more, a light flashing across them as if he was worried about Duwan. Even they couldn't guarantee a 100% success rate when refining saint-grade pills, so the fact that Duwan's batch of pills had gone so smoothly was a combination of his skill and luck. The more critical the moment was, the more they couldn't afford to be careless. This was the most important moment. But at that moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the outside. Even the alchemy room's barrier was unable to stop this shout as it directly entered the ears of the two saint-grade alchemists. Duwan's old hand trembled, and his yuan qi also became chaotic. Immediately after, a light puffing sound came from the pill furnace in front of him. A burnt smell wafted out from the furnace. Duwan froze in place, his expression extremely ugly. Changbao also furrowed his brow. All his efforts had been for naught. That idiot Shikuan is done for. Duwan would definitely put the blame for the failure of this batch of pills on him. Changbao couldn't help gloating in his heart. Old Chang, what was that little brat Shikuan shouting just now? To Changbao's surprise, Duwan didn't immediately become angry and instead asked him this question with a strange look on his face. I didn't hear him clearly. Changbao shook his head. Although they had heard what Shikuan had shouted just now, because all of his attention had been focused on the alchemy, Changbao hadn't paid much attention to the content of his words. Why did I hear him shout, Holy Master? Duwan frowned. Holy Master? Changbao was stunned, but soon seemed to remember something, and like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fat body suddenly became light and nimble as he jumped up from the ground. You mean Holy Master? Nine Heavens Holy Land had only ever had one Holy Master, and that was Yang Kai. Since Yang Kai's departure, the position of Holy Master had been vacant. In the mind of every cultivator in Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai was the Holy Master. I think I just heard Shikuan shout for Holy Master to return to the sect. Duwan scratched his head. Are you sure? Changbao asked. I'm not sure. The two of them looked at each other for a while, then suddenly rushed out together. Just as they opened the door to the pill room, they saw He Feng, Hong Fong, and Kong Ruoyu also running out of their respective pill rooms as if their buttocks were on fire. Their speed was not inferior to that of a strong young man. Old fogies, wait for this old master. Changbao shouted from behind as he moved his fat body. No one paid him any attention as they all rushed out. On another peak of the 9 peaks, inside a secluded room, the demonic qi was extremely rich. Inside this secluded room, 2 beautiful women were meditating with their eyes closed. One dignified and elegant while the other cold and arrogant, their temperaments completely different. The former was a peak 3rd order saint while the latter was a 2nd order saint. Both of them were wrapped in a thick black demonic qi, giving them a shocking appearance. At this moment, the 2 women seemed to be cultivating some kind of secret technique. When the voice reached them, the 2 women opened their eyes involuntarily, the dignified beauty turning to look at the other woman and frowning slightly. Han Fei, did Shikuan just say, Holy Master returned to the sect? The cold beauty heard this and her tender body trembled. thinking back carefully before gently nodding. For pairs of eyes met, and the two pairs of beautiful eyes suddenly burst forth with astonishing brilliance, no longer in the mood to cultivate any kind of secret technique. The two tender bodies wrapped in black demonic chi rushed out of the secluded room and flew out. A similar scene played out across the Nine Peaks. The entire Nine Peaks, for several dozen years, had never been so lively. These existences, who were usually worshipped by countless people of Tongxian realm, seemed to have lost all sense of propriety at this moment and transformed into reckless youths. The Holy Land's great elder Su Hui, while rushing out, directly smashed through the palace he lived in, knocking down several walls and nearly collapsing it. When Elder Yu Ying was rushing out, she knocked over several of her favorite vases. Saintess and Ling even rushed out of the bathroom while taking a bath and hurriedly put on some clothes, not even drying her hair. All of this was because of a single sentence that echoed throughout the Nine Peaks. The Holy Master had returned to the sect. Everyone wanted to know whether this news was true or not. Everyone wanted to see the face they had not seen for several dozen years, so they all rushed out of their respective places and rushed towards the source of the voice. A stream of light quickly flew over and gathered in front of Yang Kai. Everyone revealed themselves, and after seeing Yang Kai's face clearly, all of them showed looks of pleasant surprise, some of them even crying tears of joy, unable to restrain themselves. The Holy Land's great elders, Du Wan, Chang Bao, and the other alchemy grandmasters, as well as the great commanders of the ancient demon clan, had all gathered together. There were nearly 10 Saint Realm masters present. This was a force strong enough to sweep across all of Tongxian realm, an existence no one dared to underestimate. It was precisely because of their existence that Nine Heavens Holy Land's supreme prestige in Tongxian realm had been created. Yang Kai's eyes swept over the familiar faces one by one. His heart filled with warmth as a brilliant smile bloomed on his face. After several dozen years, his old friends were still the same. There was nothing better than this news. It's really Holy Master. Holy Master is back. He's really back. Cries of surprise came from the crowd. Everyone was beaming with joy, and their eyes were shining with excitement. Subordinate Su Hui, together with the Holy Land's elders, greets Holy Master and welcomes Holy Master's return to the sect. Su Hui was an old and prudent man, so although he was extremely excited, he didn't mess up his etiquette and quickly calming himself down as he called out. The several Holy Land elders quickly saluted. "You don't need to be so polite. I'm simply returning home." Yang Kai waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted everyone up. "Master!" On the other side, Great Commander Li Rong of the ancient demon clan called out in a choked voice. Another great commander, Han Fei, stood next to her, her eyes also red. Yang Kai had inherited the mantle of Great Demon God, so for the ancient demon clan who had served Great Demon God for generations, Yang Kai was their great master. Even the current demon commander Zhang Yuan couldn't compare to him in this regard. So even if Yang Kai was not in Nine Heavens Holy Land, they had still been waiting here. In fact, for the ancient demon clan, the demon land was the most suitable place for them to live, but for the sake of Yang Kai, Li Rong had resolutely allowed the ancient demon clan to settle in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Looking at Yang Kai's face, Li Rong's heart trembled. When Yang Kai left, she had asked to follow him, vowing to protect him with her life. But at that time, Yang Kai didn't even know what his future held, so how could he dare take Li Rong with him? As such, she had been left behind. But over the past several dozen years, Li Rong had been worried about Yang Kai day and night. Every time she thought about how Yang Kai was out there, she couldn't sleep or eat in peace, hating herself for not insisting on her master to wander alone. Her heart was filled with self-blame as she had been tormented over the years. Now, seeing Yang Kai return safely, she wept tears of joy. "Don't cry. Cheer up. I'm back." Yang Kai chuckled and comforted her. "Yes." Li Rong pursed her red lips and nodded. She would unconditionally satisfy all of Yang Kai's requests. "Little brat, you really came back?" At that moment, a surprised cry suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that it was Meng Wuya. After not seeing him for several dozen years, Meng Wuya still looked the same, wearing an extremely plain outfit. If he were to blend into a crowd, those who didn't know him would probably think he was an old man with one foot in the grave, never thinking he was actually a third-order saint. Treasurer Ming, I trust you've been well since we last met. Yang Kai smiled. Good, good. Little brat seems to be living quite comfortably. This old master can rest assured. Ming Wuya nodded heavily, a gratified smile appearing on his face. It could be said that Ming Wuya had watched Yang Kai grow up. In the past, he had hidden his identity and stayed in High Heaven Pavilion as a contribution hall treasurer. He and Yang Kai were the first to meet, and because of Xianing Chong, the two of them had a close relationship. So, after seeing Yang Kai return after several dozen years, Meng Wuya felt like a big stone had been lifted from his heart. His concern for Yang Kai was not inferior to anyone else's. Chapter 1554. Yang Kai glanced around and Meng Wuya seemed to know what he was looking for, chuckling meaningfully and taking the initiative to speak. Ning Chong is currently at a critical juncture in her retreat, so it's not convenient for her to see you. Just wait for her to come out. As for your grandmaster, he doesn't live in Nine Heavens Holy Land. He lives with your Yang family and the people from the central capital in War Spirit Temple, 1,000 kilometers away. Understood. I'll visit them myself later. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmed his mood slightly. When he brought his family and friends from the central capital to Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai didn't have enough space in Nine Heavens Holy Land, so he settled them in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace 1,000 kilometers away. These two forces had once been enemies with Yang Kai, but in the end, they were both destroyed by Yang Kai, leaving behind their sects and foundations, allowing the people from the central capital to take advantage of them. Over the past several dozen years, the people from the central capital had been able to develop steadily there, and with the protection of Nine Heavens Holy Land, it had become a paradise. Old acquaintances met again, creating a lively atmosphere. The Holy Master returning to the sect was a joyous occasion for Nine Heavens Holy Land. Everyone welcomed Yang Kai back to the main peak, and Great Elder Su Hui ordered a grand banquet to be held to welcome Yang Kai back. All of the Holy Land's leading figures were present. No one asked where Yang Kai had been or what he had done over the past several dozen years. All they knew was that Yang Kai had returned safely and was sitting in front of them. That was enough. The atmosphere of the banquet was noisy as everyone toasted and toasted each other. Even women like Li Rong and Han Fei were intoxicated from the wine. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The banquet began at sunset and lasted until early morning. Most of the people present had already climbed down. Only Su Hui remained sober. Yang Kai called him out. What is Holy Master's command? Su Hui asked respectfully. How have the Hu sisters been these years? Looking at the sunrise of Tongxian Realm, Yang Kai asked casually. Reporting to Holy Master, the Hu sisters have been safe and sound these past few years and have been cultivating diligently in Twin Spirit Pavilion. With the careful guidance of Wu Fa and Wu Tian, their growth has been extremely fast. In recent years, the two sisters have both broken through to the Saint Realm and become the rising stars of Tongxian Realm. Yes, Yang Kai gently nodded. The friends and relatives Yang Kai had brought from the central capital were basically all placed in the ruins of War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace. Only the Hu sisters, because they had cultivated the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art and inherited the legacy of the founder of Twin Spirit Pavilion, were brought to Twin Spirit Pavilion by the two current pavilion masters. Given the talent of the two sisters and the miraculous divine technique of the spirit and branches connected by spirit, it was only natural that they would enter the Saint Realm after a few decades. This was only because Tongxian Realm's world energy was thin. If they were placed on Shadowed Star, their achievements would likely be far greater. They were definitely characters who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Chu Changfeng and Feng Tianzhong. Send a message to Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air and tell them to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai ordered. Yes. Su Hui responded quickly, but immediately wore a strange expression as he said, If they learn that Holy Master has returned to the sect, I'm afraid there is no need for an invitation. They will rush over. Yang Kai glanced over at him while Su Hui laughed dryly. Also send a message to the several great seniors of the monster race and tell them to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land as well. Tell them I have something to discuss with them. Yes, subordinate will do so immediately. Does Holy Master have any other orders? No, you may withdraw. Su Hui bowed and left, not asking any more questions, simply doing his best to complete his task. Glancing back at the messy palace, Yang Kai grinned before his figure flickered, and he arrived somewhere in the Nine Peaks. This was a secluded room where little senior sister Xianing Chong was in retreat. Standing outside the room, Yang Kai could almost smell Xianing Chang's fragrance and felt relaxed. He didn't know what Xianing Chang was doing in retreat, but he didn't disturb her and instead just released his divine sense to investigate. With Yang Kai's current tyrannical cultivation, this kind of silent investigation was impossible for Xianing Chang to detect. Yang Kai's original intention was to see if little senior sister was doing well, but when his divine sense swept the place where Xianing Chang was, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as a look of shock appeared on his face. Xianing Chang's cultivation was actually a second-order Saint King. How is that possible? Yang Kai almost thought his divine sense had made a mistake. He hurriedly and carefully investigated again, but no matter how hard he tried, he found that his previous investigation was not wrong at all. Little senior sister Xianing Chang is really a second-order Saint King. Yang Kai's eyes flashed with shock. Although he was now a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, a full great realm higher than little senior sister, he had been wandering the star territory for several dozen years, nourished by the abundant world energy, allowing him to reach his current cultivation. Even if little senior sister had heaven-defying talent, in a place like Tongxian realm where the world energy was thin, it was absolutely impossible for her to break through to the second-order Saint King realm. The world energy here couldn't meet her needs for a breakthrough. It could be said that such a cultivation was already far ahead of the rest of Tongxian realm. If she wanted to, she could sweep through the entire world alone. Even Great Demon God was only a first-order Saint King, but little senior sister was actually a minor realm higher than Great Demon God. How did she do it? Yang Kai was surprised. Sometimes, such an accident wasn't a good thing. He began to examine Xianing Chang's state more carefully. But at that moment, the Saint Qi in Xianing Chang's body seemed to become chaotic, showing signs of losing control. Her Saint Qi rampaged through her meridians, causing little senior sister to involuntarily groan, her pretty face filled with pain. Obviously, she was in great pain. A misfire will become the demon race. Yang Kai's face sank as his figure flickered and he appeared beside Xianing Chang. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai enveloped her as a massive surge of Saint Qi burst out. A misfire to become the demon race was a very dangerous situation. If it were another cultivator in the same realm who became the demon race, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to help at all. Under the influence of external forces, the situation would only become more and more serious. When a misfire to become the demon race, one could only rely on their own perseverance to defeat their heart demons. But now, he was an entire great realm higher than Xianing Chang, so there was no problem for him to help. Under his guidance, the Saint Qi in Xianing Chang's body gradually stabilized, and the pain on her pretty face gradually subsided. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. With the chaotic Saint Qi in her body smoothed out, Xianing Chang seemed to feel that someone was helping her. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before her beautiful eyes opened slightly. The next moment, a look of joy and confusion flashed across her beautiful eyes. A sweet smile appeared on her face as she stretched out her jade-white hand and touched Yang Kai's cheek, murmuring softly, "I can only meet you in my dreams. I only hope I can never wake up from this long dream and accompany you forever." She obviously thought she was dreaming. Yang Kai felt an inexplicable pain in his heart, as if he was being grabbed by an invisible hand, making it difficult for him to breathe. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai was speechless. Back then, he had left Tongxian realm in the heat of the moment. Although it was to find Su Yin, for Xianing Chang, it was still a kind of pain. She did not stop him, nor did she try to persuade him to stay, instead supporting Yang Kai's approach. She showed great generosity and allowed Yang Kai to find Su Yin. After more than 30 years, Su Yan's whereabouts were still unknown, but Yang Kai had allowed his senior sister to live for more than 30 years. He had let down this reasonable, gentle, and naive woman, and his heart was filled with self-blame. "Sleep, you'll be fine when you wake up," Yang Kai hugged Xiaoning Chang and gently poured his Saint Qi into her body, urging her to sleep. Xiaoning Chang's eyes opened and closed, her beautiful eyes filled with nostalgia, as if she was unwilling to fall asleep, as if she wanted to open her eyes again and take a closer look at the man in front of her. But in the end, she was unable to resist Yang Kai's methods and closed her eyes heavily, breathing steadily. Yang Kai looked at her, the gentleness in his eyes almost enough to melt a boulder. Gently laying her down, he released his divine sense and locked onto a certain position on Xiaoning Cheng's body. In the next moment, his face suddenly became ferocious as he shouted, "Get out here!" As soon as his words fell, his big hand slammed towards Xiaoning Cheng's abdomen and a majestic Saint Qi sputtered out. Grasping and withdrawing, Yang Kai suddenly pulled a gray aura from Xiaoning Cheng's body. As soon as this gray aura left Xiaoning Cheng's body, it let out a shrill cry, as if it had its own sentience and struggled to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Yang Kai's face sank, and he quickly increased the output of his Saint Qi. At the same time, several dozen golden blood threads shot out and merged into a dazzling mass of golden light. After the golden light dissipated, the several dozen golden blood threads had intertwined into a large net that wrapped around the gray aura. Yang Kai stared at this gray aura coldly as he constantly scanned it with his divine sense. He really wanted to know what this thing was. Just now, when he was combing Xiaoning Cheng's meridians and Saint Qi, he inadvertently discovered this gray aura hidden in Xiaoning Cheng's body. Yang Kai did not take action immediately and instead waited for his little senior sister to fall asleep before suddenly making a move. He did not know if this gray aura was related to Xiaoning Cheng's inner qi and becoming the demon race, but this gray aura was definitely not something Xiaoning Cheng had created himself. It was some kind of foreign object that had somehow attached itself to his little senior sister's body. It was not like a soul because Xiaoning Cheng showed no signs of being possessed. Then what is it? Yang Kai frowned. Even with his knowledge and experience, he could not figure out what this gray aura was. With a loud hissing sound, the gray aura moved back and forth, like a beast trapped in a cage, unable to escape. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of surprise. He felt Xiaoning Cheng's life and soul brand from this gray aura. In other words, Xiaoning Cheng knew of its existence and had refined it. However, Yang Kai still felt that this gray aura was not a good thing. It seemed to have some kind of inexplicable connection with his little senior sister, and this connection caused his little senior sister to become just like this gray aura. This discovery made Yang Kai's heart sink. If his judgment was not wrong, then this gray aura and his little senior sister should have an intertwined relationship. If he rashly destroyed it, his little senior sister would most likely die. Chapter 1555. The gray qi gave off an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if it was an old man with one foot in the grave, past his prime, and without much lifespan left. Xiaoning Cheng had reached a symbiotic relationship with it, so how could her future be any better? Yang Kai's face sank. Although he really wanted to help his little senior sister solve this problem, Yang Kai had no idea where to start before he could figure out the nature of this gray qi. Moreover, he vaguely felt a trace of unfathomable mystery from this mass of gray qi. This mystery was indescribable, but when Kai Yang probed into it, he suddenly gained some insights. After a careful examination, he found nothing. It seemed to reject Yang Kai's divine sense. Xiaoning Cheng being able to break through to the Saint King realm in a place like Tongxian realm should have something to do with this strange gray qi. This thing gave her an opportunity to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao at a deeper level, and gave her the abundant world energy she needed to break through, but it was also closely related to her. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, no one could say for sure. Just as Yang Kai was at his wit's end, the gray qi that was bound by the golden chains once again began to struggle violently. This time, it didn't struggle as futilely as before. Instead, it directly burst apart, turning into tiny strands of gray qi that penetrated through the gaps in the golden chains. Yang Kai couldn't stop it in time, and the gray qi escaped. Immediately, it fell down at an extremely fast speed, and as soon as it touched the ground, it disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. Yang Kai's divine sense followed closely behind, but he still couldn't sense its existence. It just disappeared. Standing in place, Yang Kai frowned with a dignified expression. It seemed that he would have to wait for his little senior sister to wake up before he could get an answer from her. He had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure. Looking at the sleeping Xianing Chong, Yang Kai picked her up by the waist and placed her down, leaning over to kiss her forehead and gently combing her hair before leaving the secret room. After a few breaths of time, at the ruins of the Hall of Heroic Souls 1,000 miles away, Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. His divine sense spread out like a tide. Many familiar traces of life were seen clearly under his investigation. They were like jumping notes imprinted in his sea of consciousness and painted a moving movement. He grinned as he felt a warmth in his heart that he had never felt in decades. He used his divine thoughts to inform all his friends and family that he had returned. Just like yesterday, Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The ruins of the Hall of Heroic Spirits immediately became chaotic. Rays of light rose from their respective positions and rushed towards the place where Yang Kai was. Everyone was extremely excited. Encountering each other halfway, they all asked each other for news, confirming whether or not Kai Yang had returned. After arriving at the place and seeing Yang Kai standing there, everyone dared to confirm the authenticity of this news. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Chu Gao Yi, Ying Jiu. These blood warriors who had fought side by side with Yang Kai in the Inheritance War were the first to arrive, each of them trembling with excitement as they called out their young master's name and kowtowed. The Yang family's eldest brother Yang Wei, second brother Yang Zhao, third brother Yang Tai, fourth brother Yang Kong. All of his brothers gathered together and hugged Yang Kai fiercely, pouring out their hearts and minds. "Ha ha, you bastard. You've been gone for so many years. I've missed you so much." The Hua family's current patriarch, Hua Xing, also appeared and laughed. After not seeing him for several decades, the once handsome central capital wolf had now become a middle-aged man, but the flowing time great emperor had not aged him, instead giving him a sense of maturity. This kind of temperament combined with his cynicism made him even more attractive. Next to Hua Xing was Qiu Yiming, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she bit her red lip, staring at Yang Kai with some disbelief, not daring to say anything, as if she was afraid that if she opened her mouth, she would break this dream. "Brother Hua, Lady Qiu?" Yang Kai gently nodded to the two of them, his expression calm. Hua Xing smiled and glanced over at Qiu Yiming, sighing in his heart. From the way Yang Kai addressed Qiu Yiming, he could tell something was up. Dong Qing Han and Dong Qing Yin also came, calling out to each other as their cousins, making the atmosphere even livelier. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly turned to the three streaks of light that were rapidly approaching and quickly stepped forward to meet them. The three streaks of light soon disappeared, revealing three figures. The one leading them was a man and a woman. The man was tall and strong while the woman was petite and dainty. Yang Kai stood in front of them, bowed deeply, and softly called out, "Grand Master." Ling Tai-su nodded repeatedly and laughed happily. "Good, good. You're finally back?" "Father, Mother." Yang Kai then turned to the two people standing behind Ling Tai-su. Fourth Master Yang, a man of iron, at this moment opened his mouth but didn't know what to say, quietly wiping the corners of his eyes and nodding. "I missed you very much." It would have been better if he hadn't said this, but upon hearing this, Dong Suju burst into tears, like a child who had been wronged. She stepped forward and hugged Yang Kai tightly, constantly patting Yang Kai's back with her jade hands, unable to say anything. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai smiled. Several dozen years had passed, but his mother was still like a child and hadn't changed at all, allowing him to finally feel relieved. "You little brat, what's your cultivation now? Why can't I see anything?" Hua Xing walked up casually and circled around Yang Kai, exclaiming in amazement. Everyone was stunned for a moment before releasing their divine senses to scan Yang Kai. However, they found nothing. Everyone's divine senses were like stones sinking into the sea, unable to produce the slightest ripple. This discovery surprised everyone, and they subconsciously felt that Yang Kai's current cultivation had far surpassed the level of Tong Xian realm, causing shock to fill their eyes. Origin Returning Realm. Yang Kai let go of Dong Suju and patted her on the shoulder to comfort her, not knowing how to explain to everyone what the origin returning realm was. So after pondering for a moment, he simply said, It's an existence 2 great realms above the Saint Realm. A series of gasps rang out. The Saint Realm was the peak of Tongxian Realm, and above that was the Saint King Realm. Since ancient times, only the great demon god had ever reached this realm. But now, Yang Kai had surpassed this legendary realm and reached the next level. Qiu Yiming's beautiful eyes suddenly dimmed as her heart filled with bitterness. She suddenly found that there seemed to be 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers between her and Yang Kai. He stood high above the clouds while she could only stand on the ground, looking up, unable to touch him. Xinghua pursed his dry lips and let out a hollow laugh, glancing over at Qiu Yiming, not knowing how to comfort her. Although the Qiu family's first young lady's aptitude was extraordinary and she didn't have to worry about resources after coming to Tongxian Realm, she was still only a third-order transcendent, far from reaching the level of Yuan Qi. The gap was too big. There are many unimaginable wonders in the outside world. I'll tell you about them some other time. Let's head back first, Yang Kai chuckled. Head back, head back. Fourth Master Yang reacted and quickly shouted. A group of people gathered around and rushed towards the War Spirit Temple ruins. Inside the main hall, everyone sat together, all of them staring towards Yang Kai, listening to him talk about the various bizarre and wonderful places in the star territory. Boy, you said that there are countless bright stars in the vast star territory? Ling Tai Su asked with a look of disbelief. I've been to 6 or 7 bright stars myself. In addition, there are also some stars and medicine stars that are suitable for mining minerals and cultivating herbs. Yang Kai nodded gently. That's incredible. Xinghua's mouth dropped so wide it could almost fit a fist. In the star territory, is a Saint Realm master very weak? Dong Qinghan asked timidly. After not seeing him for several dozen years, this guy was as fat as ever, and even fatter than before. Very weak. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. In the star territory, most cultivator can reach the Saint Realm, and those with good aptitude can even reach this realm in their 20s or 30s. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with guilt. Of the people sitting here, only one was a Saint Realm Master, High Heaven Pavilion's Pavilion Master Ling Tai Su. The others, such as Qiu Yiming, who had the best aptitude, was only a third-order transcendent. As for Dong Qinghan and Xinghua, they had just broken through to the transcendent realm. All of them were nearly 50 years old and had been complacent about their achievements before, but now that they heard Yang Kai talk about the situation in the star territory, all of them couldn't help feeling ashamed, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and hide. A frog at the bottom of a well, looking at the sky as if it were the size of a well. Ling Tai Su sighed deeply. Grand Master doesn't need to belittle himself so much. The only reason a cultivator in the star territory can achieve such achievements is because the world energy aura there is extremely rich. Tongxian Realm is really not suitable for cultivators. If there were similar conditions, I think all of you here would have no problem breaking through to the Saint Realm, Yang Kai said seriously. That being said, how difficult is it to enter the star territory? Ling Tai Su slowly shook his head and said with a self-deprecating smile, I won't hide it from you, Grand Master. 10 years ago, joined forces with Meng Wuya to enter the star territory, but the two of us only managed to travel 100,000 kilometers from Tongxian Realm before we were forced to return. There seems to be a mysterious force in the star territory that squeezes in from all directions. If one's physical strength does not meet the requirements, it is impossible to walk through it. The power of the star field. Yang Kai gently nodded, suddenly grinning, but Grand Master doesn't need to worry. I came back this time to take all of you to the star territory, to a better star. Inside the hall, everyone's expression became excited as they all looked towards Yang Kai in surprise. Really? How? There are so many of us. Can you take all of us? Everyone began asking questions, obviously interested in Yang Kai's story. They all wanted to leave this backward world as soon as possible and go to a place where the world energy aura was richer, just like Yang Kai, to see a wider world and fascinating wonders. Chapter 1556. Although they were excited, everyone knew that leaving Tongxian Realm and entering star territory was not a simple matter. Ling Tai-su and Ming Wuya had both failed to succeed, so the difficulty of this task could be imagined. Now that they heard Yang Kai daring to make such a promise, all of them were extremely excited. Don't be so noisy. Ling Tai-su stretched out his hand and waved. Since little Yang Kai has said so, he should have a foolproof plan, right? Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai with a smile. Grandmaster, taking you into star territory is indeed not troublesome. And, let's put it this way, not only all of you here, but also your clansmen, even the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land. I can take them with me, but it will take some time. Take them all? Ling Tai-su was shocked. Not to mention War Spirit Temple and Shattering Mystical Palace. The central capital had sent 3,000 to 4,000 people, while Nine Heavens Holy Land had sent more than 2,000. In total, there were 5,000 to 6,000 people. With such a huge number, how could Yang Kai take them all with him? The power of the star field was extremely powerful. Even if Yang Kai had reached the origin returning realm, he would not be able to protect so many people. I have my ways. Grandmaster doesn't need to worry, Yang Kai grinned. The key is whether you are willing to go or not. We're willing, of course we're willing. Huoxing immediately shouted, eagerly asking, when do we leave? Ha, Brotherhood doesn't need to worry. Although you are the patriarch of your family, this kind of thing still needs to be discussed with your clansmen. Perhaps there are some who don't want to leave here. Those who are willing to go can come with me. Those who don't can stay behind. The Chiu family, Yang family, and Dong family are the same. Young Lady Chiu, big brother, cousin, you are now the patriarchs of your respective families, so you can handle this matter yourselves and discuss it carefully with your respective elders. We understand. Yang Wei and Dong Qinghan nodded. Chiu Ming also chimed in, her previously dim eyes seemingly regaining some luster because of this news. If she could enter the star territory, she might be able to reach a higher level. She didn't want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yang Kai. She just wanted to get closer to him. Maybe one day, she would be able to touch him. She saw a little bit of hope, which made her suddenly look radiant. If that's the case, I don't have to be separated from you for so long anymore? Dong Suju looked at Yang Kai excitedly. Yang Kai was her only son, but since her son entered High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, she and Yang Kai had spent more time apart than time together. Before, it was better, although she couldn't see Yang Kai. At least she knew he was living well in High Heaven Pavilion. Later, during the Inheritance War, Yang Kai was only 100 kilometers away from her. However, since Yang Kai left Tongxian Realm and entered the Star Territory, for more than 30 years, not only had she not seen Yang Kai, but she hadn't even heard a word from him. If it weren't for Fourth Master Yang's painstaking efforts to adjust her body and mood over the years, Dong Suju would have collapsed long ago. Today, learning that she could go to the Star Territory with her son, Dong Suju was extremely happy. Yang Kai looked at her and gently nodded. Dong Suju smiled kindly, a smile that came from the depths of her heart. There's no time to lose. I'll go find those old fogies to discuss this matter. Huoxing didn't want to delay and quickly got up and left, seemingly ready to fight if anyone dared to disagree. I'll go too. Yang Wei got up and left. Chiu Yiming followed closely behind. None of them were willing to delay. Their yearning for a higher level of martial Tao made them yearn for the wonders of the Star Territory. Soon, only Ling Tai-su, Fourth Master Yang, and his wife remained in the hall. The family was finally reunited. There were endless words to say and endless thoughts to share. After learning that Yang Kai still couldn't find Su Yan's whereabouts, Dong Suju sighed and comforted him. She really liked her daughter-in-law Su Yan. Boy, I have no problem with you thinking about Su Yan, but have you ever thought about how to deal with the people here? Fourth Master Yang suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked pointedly, Little senior sister? Yang Kai chuckled. I've already seen her, but there seems to be something wrong with little senior sister. When she wakes up, I'll have to ask her. Don't play dumb. Fourth Master Yang glared at him. Xianing Chong isn't the only one here. There are several others. How could there be so many? Yang Kai shouted, looking wronged. Hemph. War Spirit Temple has one, and Twin Spirit Pavilion has two. Do you think I don't know anything? Fourth Master Yang sneered and proudly said, Although I don't say anything, I know better than anyone else. Yang Kai's face turned red. Dong Suju giggled to the side and quietly gave Yang Kai a thumbs up. Fourth Master Yang had loved her all his life, and her life was happy, but she hoped that her son could have more beautiful companions. It would be best if he could give her 7 or 8 or 10 grandchildren, so her and the fourth master's life wouldn't be so boring. Even if Yang Kai wasn't there, they could still raise their grandchildren. All right, don't meddle in the affairs of the young. Yang Kai isn't an unreasonable person. He won't make this little girl sad, Ling Tai-su interjected. Hearing his grandmaster's words, fourth Master Yang immediately shrank his head and nodded repeatedly. The entire War Spirit Temple and shattering mystical palace ruins were mobilized. The several great families that had followed Yang Kai to this world had been holding frequent elder conferences these past few days, each of them seemingly discussing something important. Everyone learned that Yang Kai had returned and that he was going to Star Territory. There was no coercion, everyone was willing. Nine Heavens Holy Land also received a message from Yang Kai and gave the same orders as War Spirit Temple. In addition, Yang Kai also sent a message to Soaring Heaven Sect. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land. He went directly to the secluded room where Xianing Chong was in retreat. His little senior sister was still asleep. She seemed to be quite tired after becoming the demon race last time and had yet to wake up. Yang Kai came to her side, held her jade-white hand, and gently poured some Saint Qi into her. A moment later, Xianing Cheng's long eyelashes fluttered. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, facing her sideways, waiting with a smile. After a while, Xianing Cheng opened her beautiful eyes and saw Yang Kai's face. Her eyes immediately froze as she stared at him in a daze. For eyes met, just like when they had met in Nining Mountain Valley. Her heart raced, and she felt a bit flustered. Xianing Cheng suddenly pursed her lips and giggled. "What are you giggling about?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked with a smile. "This dream is so long." Xianing Cheng held Yang Kai's big hand tightly, as if she was unwilling to let go. Yang Kai also grinned, leaned down, and kissed her ruby-red lips affectionately. His little senior sister was almost unable to breathe. Their lips parted, her tender body temperature rose, and her beautiful eyes became blurred. "In a dream, would you do this with me?" Yang Kai asked evilly. Xianing Cheng's pretty face immediately blushed, and she buried her head under Yang Kai's clothes, as if she didn't dare to see him again. Yang Kai got the answer and laughed heartily. Suddenly, Xianing Cheng's tender body trembled, and she hurriedly sat up, stunned. Her beautiful eyes focused on Yang Kai's face, a mixture of suspicion and surprise flashing across them. "Junior brother, you?" Xianing Cheng opened her mouth, her beautiful brows wrinkled, as if she was still a bit confused. "I'm back," Yang Kai said softly. His little senior sister immediately covered her red lips with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling, like mist filling them. Tears fell down her cheeks, and her eyes instantly turned red. She finally reacted. Everything was real, and she wasn't dreaming. The man that she had yearned for day and night was sitting by her bed, alive and well, looking at her affectionately, almost melting her into his tender gaze. She didn't dare to believe it. "I'm really back." Kai Young stretched out his hands and hugged her tightly in his arms, fiercely squeezing, as if he wanted to squeeze her into his body. Xianing Cheng's mouth made a sound, and she also hugged Yang Kai tightly, choking sobs coming from her throat. Her sobs made Yang Kai's heart ache. Straightening her body, Yang Kai domineeringly blocked her sobs. Clothes were scattered all over the room. At this moment, all the lovesickness and deep feelings had settled and fermented, and Xianing Cheng was almost dizzy with happiness. The feelings between men and women had always been like this. 2 hours later, Yang Kai walked out of the secret room in high spirits. Behind him, Xianing Cheng followed with her head lowered, wearing a veil, and was extremely shy. Her delicate earlobes and neck were still pink, making one's heart flutter like a monkey and gallop like a horse. Like a withered grass that had been moistened by rain and dew, Xianing Cheng at this moment bloomed with unimaginable charm, enough to turn thousands of living beings upside down and make any man go crazy. Their hands were tightly linked, just like their hearts. Not far away, a streak of light came, seemingly looking for Yang Kai, But after seeing this scene, it immediately turned around and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Master, Xianing Chang said, wishing she could immediately find a hole to hide in. She saw that the person in the streak of light was Meng Wuya. Yang Kai grinned foolishly, while Xianing Chang bit her red lips and angrily stomped her feet. Forget it, forget it. Treasurer Meng definitely didn't have anything important, otherwise he wouldn't have left, Yang Kai comforted. Little senior sister, I have something to ask you. What is it? Xianing Chang timidly looked up at him, but when she met Yang Kai's gaze, she quickly looked away. This shy look made Yang Kai want to turn around and return to the secret room. Circulating his Saint Qi, Yang Kai suppressed the urge in his heart and said with a serious expression, when I was helping you clean your meridians and Saint Qi, I found a mass of gray Qi in your body. What is it? That thing. Xianing Chang heard this and frowned. Actually, I don't know what it is. You don't know? Yang Kai was surprised. It followed me of its own accord. Hey, where did it go? Xianing Chang suddenly realized that something was wrong. The mysterious energy that had always existed in her body had disappeared at this moment. Chapter 1557. After carefully asking Xianing Chang, Yang Kai learned that she had obtained that mass of gray qi by pure coincidence. When Yang Kai left Tongxian realm, Xianing Chang was extremely lonely. In order to pass the time, she could only sit in Nine Heavens' holy land and refine pills for others every day. She had the sacred spirit medicine body, so all she needed to do was refine pills. While a large number of pills were being refined, Xianing Chang's own cultivation also increased at a terrifying speed, without any bottlenecks. In just a few years, she had broken through to the Saint Realm, catching up to the realm Yang Kai was at when he left. Later, one day, she was bored and secretly went out to travel alone. As a result, she obtained that massive gray qi in a hidden underground cave. From then on, her cultivation skyrocketed, crossing the Saint Realm and breaking through to the Saint King Realm in 10 years, and then reaching the second-order Saint King Realm in another 10 years. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying speed was something that even the great sects and great forces on Shadowed Star might not necessarily be able to achieve. But in this barren Tongxian realm, little senior sister had accomplished such a feat. The reason why Xianing Chang could achieve what she did today was really related to that mass of gray qi. After you obtained it, did you feel any discomfort? Yang Kai asked seriously. Not too much discomfort. Xianing Chang thought about it carefully. It's just that sometimes I suddenly feel a little tired, and sometimes I become very lazy, not even wanting to think. Haha, it's like I'm getting old. Yang Kai gently nodded. Junior brother, is there something wrong with it? Xianing Chang asked. I'm not sure whether it's a blessing or a curse. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a little worried. Then what is it? I don't know, but I have a guess. If this guess is true, then this is little senior sister's opportunity. Yang Kai looked at Xianing Chang with burning eyes, his expression slightly excited. That vague conjecture made his blood boil. Right. Do you remember where you obtained it? Xianing Chang nodded. Take me to see it, Yang Kai said, reaching out and grabbing Xianing Chang's slender waist, summoning his star shuttle, and transforming into a streak of light as they disappeared from Nine Heavens' holy land. Following the route little senior sister had shown them, Yang Kai and her flew through the air at an extremely fast speed. After a day, Yang Kai and Xianing Chang, Yang Kai had arrived at a mountain range. Xianing Chang's memory was very good. Even after more than 20 years, she still clearly remembered the place where she had found the gray qi. Soon, the two arrived at a mountain valley. Yang Kai disembarked his star shuttle and walked towards a certain place with Xianing Chang. Not long after, a deep and dark cave appeared in front of them. Xianing Chang pointed to the cave and said, Junior brother, I went in from here and then went to the lowest level where I obtained that thing. Let's go in and have a look. Yang Kai grinned. Since he was bold, he wasn't afraid. Pulling Xianing Chang's hand, he entered the cave. The cave was extremely dark and the air was clear. It wasn't humid and was instead extremely dry. As soon as they entered the cave, Yang Kai raised his brow. He felt a rich world energy aura from this cave. Of course, This kind of richness was only relative to other places in Tongxian realm. It couldn't be compared to Shadowed Star or other famous stars in Tongxian territory. However, this was still very rare. Moreover, the deeper they went, the richer the world energy aura became. Yang Kai's expression became excited as he suddenly realized that his guess was not far from the truth. This kind of abnormal world energy aura was a reflection of his guess. Sure enough, this was an opportunity that belonged to little senior sister. If that gray chi was handled well enough, it could definitely bring unimaginable benefits to Xianing Chong, allowing her to transform from a cocoon into a butterfly. Hand in hand, the two continued to descend step by step. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and hurriedly stopped. At the same time, little senior sister cheered, "It's here! I feel it! It's coming!" A mysterious energy was approaching them from the front at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate and found that the fluctuations of this energy were exactly the same as the one he had extracted from little senior sister a few days ago. The gray chi escaped into the ground and returned to its original position. Now that it felt Xianing Cheng's aura, it couldn't wait to meet her. In a flash, the gray chi was already in front of them. It didn't dare to rush directly at Xianing Chong, but stopped about 10 meters in front of Yang Kai. It felt a threat from Yang Kai. "Junior brother?" Xianing Chong looked at him and asked for his opinion. "Take it. I didn't want to scare it away that day. I just wanted to see what it was." Yang Kai stepped aside and made way. Xianing Chong immediately called out with her mind. The gray chi sensed Xianing Cheng's summons and flickered slightly, passing by Yang Kai and pouncing directly at Xianing Chong, entering her body and disappearing. Xianing Cheng's delicate body trembled as she let out a cry. Yang Kai's left eye suddenly bloomed with golden light as a long and majestic golden pupil appeared and stared intently at Xianing Chong. Demon Eye of Annihilation. Under his gaze, after little senior sister took in the gray chi, a gray aura that couldn't be seen with the naked eye appeared around her body. This kind of aura was generally only possessed by old people who didn't have much longer to live. Once this kind of aura appeared, it meant that this person didn't have much time left. Little senior sister was in her prime, so there could only be one reason why she was enveloped by this aura, and that was because of the gray chi. Yang Kai wasn't surprised, as if he had already expected this and wasn't in a hurry, simply beckoning to little senior sister and saying, "Come with me." Xianing Chong gently nodded and followed behind Yang Kai step by step. The two continued to descend, and after an unknown amount of time and distance, Yang Kai felt that the world energy around them was getting denser and denser. However, this rich world energy didn't give Yang Kai any sense of comfort. Instead, it gave him a sad feeling. When the world energy aura was almost comparable to that of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai and Xianing Chong suddenly arrived at a huge underground cavern. In front of them, deeper underground, there was a faint glow that seemed to be transmitting some kind of message, impacting the two's knowledge seas and summoning them to move forward. Being summoned, Xianing Cheng's beautiful eyes became blank and her body moved forward uncontrollably, like a moth drawn to a flame, without any hesitation. Yang Kai's face sank and he let out a low shout, pouring his divine sense into Xianing Cheng's knowledge sea like a tide. Little senior sister's tender body trembled and her face turned slightly pale. After she recovered, the blank look in her eyes disappeared and was replaced with infinite shock. "Junior brother, Xianing Chong was a little overwhelmed. She didn't know what had happened to her just now, but she had been dominated by some kind of mysterious force and couldn't think for herself at all. And, look over there. Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction. Xianing Chong looked over and her beautiful eyes couldn't help trembling. Densely packed corpses sat there. Every single one of them was extremely withered, and some had even been reduced to ashes by the wind. However, from the traces on some of the corpses, it wasn't difficult to discern that they seemed to have been instantly drained of their life essence by some sort of force and perished here. Who are these people? How did they all die here? Xianing Chong leaned towards Yang Kai, seemingly trying to find some sense of security. If I'm not wrong, these people are like you. Like me? Xianing Chong frowned. She was also a smart woman, so after thinking about it for a moment, she understood. You mean, They also obtained that gray chi? Probably, Yang Kai chuckled. Then how did they? Xianing Cheng only felt a chill all over, and the thrilling scene just now reappeared in her mind again. If Yang Kai hadn't woken her up in time, her fate would have been bleak, and she would probably have ended up like these people. Because the gray chi's main body wants to replenish its energy, so it chose you, trained you, and made you stronger. The stronger you are, the better it will be for it. Why would it do that? Xianing Cheng looked puzzled. It's about to die, Yang Kai replied, then suddenly shrugged. These are all my guesses. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go and see. Saying so, Yang Kai took Xianing Cheng's hand and walked forward step by step. Stepping on the white bones under their feet, there was a creaking sound that made one's hair stand on end and shudder. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, looking at the faint light in front of them. Not long after, the two came to the place where the light came from. This was the edge of the underground abyss, and it was unknown how deep it was, but when they looked down, they were surprised to find that there was a massive gray light at the bottom of the abyss, burning like a huge lamp. The light was extremely dim, and the color was exactly the same as the gray chi Xianing Cheng obtained. Sure enough, Yang Kai took a deep breath, and after seeing this huge dim light, he immediately confirmed his previous guesses. Junior brother, what is this? Xianing Cheng looked at the gray fire suspiciously, faintly feeling that the gray chi in his body was closely related to it, as if it had been separated from the gray fire, and the two were one. The origin of the stars. Yang Kai shouted, his expression suddenly becoming very excited. The origin of the stars? Xianing Cheng was extremely confused. Any star will have its own origin. It is the manifestation of the life of a star. It is the key to the survival of this star, just like our heart. Yang Kai patted his chest and explained, it is because of the origin of the stars that this star has vitality. Without it, this star will become a dead star. There are countless stars like this in the territory of star. Perhaps they once gave birth to life, but as time passed, the origin of these stars perished, and that vitality no longer existed. A person dying is like a lamp going out, and stars are the same. If this origin in front of us goes out, Tongxian realm will be gone, and it will become a dead star. Chapter 1558. Xianing Cheng looked aghast as she stared at Yang Kai in a daze. She had never thought that stars could also live, grow old, get sick, and die. So Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly given her a big shock. But since it came from her junior brother's mouth, she believed it without a doubt. When she thought about how all of Tongxian realm's vitality had declined, Xianing Cheng's tender body couldn't help shuddering. She couldn't imagine how many lives would have suffered if Tongxian realm had really ended up like this. How many lives would have been lost? She suddenly felt very distressed. Junior brother, can you reignite its light? Xianing Cheng suddenly asked. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her and gently nodded. How? Junior brother, teach me. Xianing Cheng bit her red lips and said anxiously, the key lies with you. Yang Kai took a deep breath. Although the star sources have their own lives, they do not have consciousness. It is a magical combination of various things. It chose you, although its original purpose was to absorb your vitality to supplement itself and delay its own death. But if it is handled well enough, not only can Tongxian realm regain its vitality, it can also give you great benefits. Xianing Cheng was shocked. Yang Kai turned his head and clicked his tongue as he looked at the huge gray fire below with great interest. Star sources. Since he entered the territory of the Star Alliance, he had often heard about this, but he had never witnessed the star sources of any of the stars. Whether or not the mass of energy inside the floating continent was a true star source had yet to be verified. It could be said that the huge gray fire in front of him was the first star source he had ever seen. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The strength of a star source was extremely terrifying, and anyone who wanted to approach it would have to take a huge risk. Even an Origin King Realm Master would not dare to approach the star sources of any of the stars casually. Refining this star source was also very difficult, and if one was not careful, they would suffer a backlash from the star source and die on the spot. Since ancient times, Many Origin King Realm Masters had been born in the territory of the Star Alliance, but many of these masters had fallen in the process of refining the star sources of the stars. Today, there were countless stars in the territory of the Star Alliance, but those who could refine the star source of a certain star and become a star master could be counted on one hand. No Origin King Realm Master dared to casually play around with their life. They would rather suffer than attempt to refine the star source of the star. But now, there was such an opportunity in front of her. Compared. The star sources a star, the star source, star source. It was precisely because of this that Xianing Chong, who was possessed by a strand of origin energy, would occasionally feel tired, to the point where she was too lazy to even think, giving birth to the feeling of aging for no reason. It wasn't that she was aging, but rather that the star source was aging and heading towards destruction step by step. This star source chose Xianing Chong and gave her the qualifications to refine it. Although Xianing Chong was only a second-order Saint King and her cultivation wasn't high enough, if she had enough perseverance and courage, she may have a chance to refine this star source. Even Yang Kai was a little envious of her opportunity. Although it was somewhat dangerous, the arrow on the bow had no choice but to shoot. The star source was closely connected to Xianing Chong, and if it perished, Xianing Chong would inevitably be buried with it. Only by refining it could she win a chance at survival. In the future, as Xianing Chong grew stronger, this huge gray fire would have a chance to reignite and reinvigorate Tongxian realm. Of course, the premise was that Xianing Chong was strong enough. After explaining the principles and the pros and cons, Xianing Chong nodded without hesitation. I'm willing to refine it. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before he smiled and nodded. Good. In fact, little senior sister, you don't have to worry. Since it chose you, there must be a reason for it. You only need to work hard to make it accept you and integrate with it. Once you succeed, you will no longer be separated from it. You will become the Star Master of Tongxian Realm, the ruler of this place. The rise and fall of this place will be in your hands. And Xianing Chong nodded heavily. She wasn't dazzled by the beautiful prospects described by Yang Kai and instead asked seriously, but what exactly should I do to refine it? Come, I'll teach you a set of techniques that are specifically for refining star sources. Yang Kai smiled and pulled Xianing Chong to sit down. After asking her to release the defenses of her knowledge sea, Yang Kai sent his soul avatar into her knowledge sea and began to impart to her a mysterious secret art. Star refining art. This was something Yang Kai obtained from the Emperor Garden. He had thought that he would need to wait until he could refine the star sources of the stars one day before using it, but now, he had unexpectedly allowed Xianing Chong to benefit from it ahead of time. This set of techniques was hidden inside a stone tablet. That day, in the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo encountered Shuiyu, and after a fierce battle, the stone tablet was destroyed. From the fragments of the stone tablet, a stone tablet with 3 ancient characters on it jumped out. Shuiyu seemed to value this stone tablet very much and begged Yang Kai to give it to her. Kai Yang nearly did as he was told. In the end, however, because the Emperor Garden closed, Shuiyu missed the opportunity to obtain this stone tablet. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai carefully studied it and learned that the stone tablet contained a technique called the star refining art. The 3 ancient characters on the stone tablet were its name. This technique had no other use than to refine the star sources of the stars. It was passed down from the great emperors of Starfield and was a profound and mysterious technique. If Xianing Chong used it to refine the star sources of the stars, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. The process of teaching was very fast, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, Yang Kai had engraved the entire star refining art into Xianing Chang's mind, including his own insights into it. Withdrawing his soul avatar from her knowledge sea, Yang Kai waited quietly. Xianing Chang needed to comprehend this star refining art. She needed time. Outside, the sun rose and the moon disappeared while the cave remained silent. After a full month, Xianing Chang suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and exhaled softly. Her pretty face seemed a little tired, but her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Junior brother, I'm ready. Then let's begin. Yang Kai looked at her with scorching eyes. Xianing Chang nodded gently, got up, and walked towards the bottom of the abyss. Arriving at the edge of the abyss, she stared down at the huge gray flames leaping about below and opened her mouth, seemingly talking to herself, but also seemingly communicating with the star source. If I can give up my life so that you can see the light again, so that the entire world will not be dead, then I am willing to do so. But if not, please accept me, merge with me, and let us fight side by side. I will work hard to become stronger as soon as possible so that you can regain your vitality. The huge gray flames below remained motionless, showing no reaction, but soon, with a sizzling sound, the gray flames began to sway left and right. As they swayed, the huge gray flames slowly blossomed like a flower bud, as if they were opening their arms to Xianing Chong. Xianing Chong showed a smile on her face and softly said, "Thank you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped down. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. This result was completely beyond his expectations. He had not expected his little senior sister to be so resolute. By the time he reacted and wanted to stop her, it was already too late. Rushing to the edge of the abyss, Yang Kai looked down and saw that the huge gray flames had already closed, completely submerging his little senior sister. An unimaginable force erupted from below and sent Yang Kai flying, slamming him into a rock wall. Even if it was the star source, Yang Kai could not approach it. It obviously did not want Yang Kai to interfere with the entire process. Yang Kai climbed up from the ground, his expression uncertain. Fortunately, he could feel his little senior sister's aura floating in the depths below. He waited with apprehension. Now that he could not interfere with anything, he could only wait for the result to appear. Suddenly, a mysterious aura spread out from the depths of the abyss, calming Yang Kai's agitated mood. He frowned and silently sensed this mysterious aura. He seemed to have seen something. He quickly closed his eyes and carefully examined it. The vast star territory was dark and boundless, without the slightest light. This seemed to be an era without light, without life. This was an extremely ancient era, an era that could not be traced back. Yang Kai looked around but could not see anything. He could not even perceive his own existence. Time passed little by little in this desolate and lonely place. After who knows how many tens of thousands of years, in the dark and boundless star territory, a light suddenly burst out. The light was very small at first, but soon spread out like a star. The entire star territory was shaken by the impact of this huge energy. Meteorites of various sizes were colliding in all directions. Then, they gathered together and fused together under a mysterious force, becoming a single entity. Sand gathered to form a tower. Gradually, stars appeared in the star territory. This was a newly born star. There were no energy fluctuations, and the surroundings were still dark. It drifted with the waves like a helpless child, wandering in the boundless star field. There was no destination, and it had forgotten where it came from. After 1,000,000 years, it suddenly came to a bright world. There was a huge sun in this world, and it was constantly emitting a warm light. It stopped and began to revolve around the sun star. Gradually, all living things began to recover. On its land, some dark green plants grew, and some flowers and grass grew. After millions of years of evolution, finally, some sentient beings began to appear on these stars. They were the oldest living beings, the oldest race. They eagerly learned, grew, and became stronger in their daily lives. They branched out, and different races were born. The human race, the demon race, and even many other races of strange shapes. No longer satisfied with a simple life, they began to fight for all kinds of resources. They found a way to become stronger. They began. Some races perished, while others became stronger. Chapter 1559. As time passed, and as the races evolved, the stars gradually became more colorful and filled with energy. The great races prospered, and the entire star prospered. All living beings were drawing energy from the star wantonly, obtaining all kinds of benefits for themselves without restraint. At some point, it had suddenly become old. It no longer had so much energy for those living beings to absorb, and it no longer had excess energy to nurture a large number of precious and rare materials. It began to become barren, and even though it wanted to, it was powerless. Looking at the countless creatures living on its land, it was unable to help. The ancient prosperity gradually faded, and the world energy became thinner and thinner day by day. The cultivation of the cultivator also became lower and lower as time passed. No one could reach a higher level of the heavenly way or martial Tao. It was truly old. It was like a benevolent father and a loving mother. It had painstakingly raised its children and raised them, allowing them to do whatever they wanted without any complaints. But it was no longer able to provide any more help to its children. It had once possessed youth and vitality, but now it could only linger on and wait for the day of its demise. Its children called it Tongxian realm. Yang Kai woke up from that mysterious state, his eyes filled with vicissitudes of life. He had witnessed the birth of a star, its prosperity, its decline, and its gradual demise. Just like this star, he had spent hundreds of millions of years as the flowing time great emperor. Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling welled up within him. Yang Kai's state of mind improved at a crazy speed, and at this moment, he understood many things. Like a wise man who had lived for countless years, his eyes flashing with a wise and far-sighted light. He felt that if he were to break through to the Origin King realm now, there would be no flaws in his state of mind. His comprehension of the martial Tao and the heavenly way had far surpassed his own cultivation. The improvement of one's state of mind required the accumulation of time, witnessing the evolution and development of things around oneself, which coincided with what Yang Kai had just experienced. The cultivation of the state of mind was unclear, but it truly existed. Only Yang Kai himself could clearly feel it. He had not expected that his little senior sister's refinement of the star's origin would actually benefit him as well. He really wanted to immerse himself in that wonderful atmosphere again, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not enter the spiritual world of the entire continent. This made him sigh with regret. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to have noticed something. His face darkening, he quickly got up from the ground and rushed towards the abyss. The voice of the little senior sister seemed to come from below. That voice was filled with pain and hardship. Arriving at the edge, Yang Kai could only see the huge gray fire flickering. His little senior sister was nowhere to be seen, but he could feel that Xianing Chong was wrapped in the gray fire, floating up and down. The surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi was madly gathering towards the underground abyss. Not only did it cover a radius of several hundred miles, it even spread to further places. It seemed that the world energy of all of Shadowed Star had become somewhat chaotic. The little senior sister's cultivation was rising at a terrifying rate. Originally, she was only a second-order Saint King, but now, she had reached the peak of the second-order Saint King realm. After a while, she would directly break through to the third-order Saint King realm. Her cultivation did not stop and was still climbing. The peak of the third-order Saint King realm. It was obvious that she had touched the threshold of the Origin Returning realm. Yang Kai's eyes filled with amazement. Such an unrestrained increase in cultivation placed a great burden on a cultivator's body, but with the aptitude of the little senior sister, she should be able to endure it. However, what worried Yang Kai was not this, but rather the surrounding world energy, which no longer seemed to be flowing towards this place. The world energy that had previously gathered here had been consumed by Xianing Chong when she broke through to the third-order Saint King realm and the Origin Returning realm. The huge gray flames contained Xianing Chang's aura, which meant that her integration with the star's source was going smoothly, but it was precisely because of this success that the little senior sister was caught in a dilemma. There was no more world energy for her to break through to the Origin Returning realm, nor was there enough world energy for her to undergo a world energy baptism. This was a breakthrough to a great realm, and there was no room for carelessness. If she failed, Xianing Chang's current state of integration with the star source would not be good. Yang Kai was secretly anxious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. If there was not enough world energy, he could use Saint Crystals to replace it. He had not used Saint Crystals when he broke through before because Shadowed Star's world energy was abundant and could fully satisfy his needs. Now that the world energy of Tongxian realm could not satisfy the needs of the little senior sister, Saint Crystals could be used as a supplement. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and stroked his ring, releasing a large number of flashing white saint crystals that poured down like a silver river. Before these saint crystals reached the bottom of the abyss, they all turned into dust and released a burst of energy that could not be ignored, gathering towards the location of Xianing Chang and the huge gray flames. Xianing Chang's hardships disappeared, and the chaotic aura down below also showed signs of stabilizing. Even the flickering gray flames stabilized significantly. Yang Kai smiled happily and poured more saint crystals down below. For this long voyage, he had brought a lot of saint crystals, including the saint crystals he had plundered from Thunder Typhoon Sect's headquarters and a portion of High Heaven Sect's reserves. At this moment, these hundreds of millions of saint crystals were all thrown down by Yang Kai. The world energy aura gradually became richer, and the huge gray flames became more vigorous. The little senior sister's aura also stabilized, indicating that everything was developing in a good direction. Yang Kai felt that Xianing Chang's aura was rapidly rising and soon broke through the shackles of the Third Order Saint King realm. A world energy baptism soon followed. The world energy from the saint crystals gathered into a fierce torrent that rushed towards the little senior sister like an ancient dragon. A pair of small hands shuttled back and forth through the gray flames, forming a series of mysterious seals as they guided this world energy into her body, allowing her to receive the physical baptism and spiritual sublimation that came with breaking through to a new great realm. The whole process was magnificent, but it was more frightening than dangerous. After the surging world energy calmed down, the huge gray flames at the bottom of the abyss suddenly disappeared. The world returned to darkness. However, the little senior sister's tender body exuded a faint fluorescent light, as if a goddess had descended to the world, dignified and inviolable. Yang Kai stood above the abyss and looked at her quietly, dazzled. Today's little senior sister was a genuine Origin returning realm master. Although she was only a First-Order Origin Realm Master, with Tongxian Realm Star Source and the Sacred Spirit Medicine Body, she definitely had infinite potential. This kind of terrifying potential was something even Yang Kai could only look up to. He didn't feel any sense of inferiority, he just felt that he would have to work even harder in the future. Otherwise, if one day his own woman overtook him, it would be a great blow to his self-esteem. The little senior sister didn't move, just standing in the void with her eyes closed, a mysterious look on her pretty face, as if she was silently comprehending something. After a long time, Xianing Chang suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, a look of joy filling them as she flew up happily. Yang Kai smiled, reached out, and pulled her to his side. "Junior brother, I seem to have surpassed the Saint King realm," Xianing Chang said excitedly. You have indeed surpassed it," Yang Kai gently nodded. "What is this realm called? It feels wonderful." "Origin returning realm. I am also in this realm now. When one reaches this realm, they need to condense their sure. I'll explain it to you when we have time." "Good. Let's go out first. I don't know how much time has passed, but I'm afraid the people from the Holy Land should be waiting anxiously," Yang Kai proposed. Saying so, he pulled Xianing Chang and walked out. "Let me do it." Xianing Chang stopped him with an eager expression on her face. Yang Kai glanced at her and quickly understood, gently nodding. Xianing Chang then stretched out her finger and gently pointed forward. This beautiful and pure woman's finger did not seem to carry the slightest trace of anger. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in front of them. Xianing Chang pulled Yang Kai into it. When the two appeared again, Yang Kai found himself standing in front of the secret room where Xianing Chang had been in retreat before. With a single step, he had crossed 1,000,000 kilometers. Even Yang Kai, who had comprehended the Tao of space, could not accomplish this. "Junior brother, you're right. After fusing with the source of the stars, I feel as if I have become the master of this world. With a single thought, I can go anywhere in the world and even mobilize the energy of the entire continent," Xianing Chang explained softly. "This is the power of a star master." Yang Kai smiled softly. That's why those Origin Kings want to refine the source of the stars, because they can obtain unimaginable benefits and insights from it. "Little senior sister, Tongxian realm is now inseparable from you. You are the first person to refine the source of the stars as a Saint King realm cultivator. In the future, The glory and disgrace of this world will be closely related to your cultivation. Whether or not you can restore the vitality of our homeland will depend on your efforts. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Xianing Chong suddenly felt a mountainous pressure. It was as if the future of the hundreds of millions of living beings in this world rested on her shoulders. But soon, Xianing Chong recovered and nodded. I will work hard to make sure it doesn't fall into disuse again. Let's go. Many people are waiting for us. Yang Kai smiled lightly before pulling Xianing Chong in a certain direction. In his perception, there were countless familiar life auras waiting for his arrival. In a certain hall of 9 heavens' holy land, it was almost overcrowded. Here, the human, monster, and demon clans had gathered. Almost all the masters of Tongxian realm had gathered here. This was an extremely terrifying force. Although there were many people present, the scene was extremely quiet. Only from time to time, someone would cast their eyes towards the outside of the hall, as if waiting for someone to arrive. There was only one person on Tongxian realm who could make the masters of the human, monster, and demon clans gather here and wait for so long. The Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Chapter 1560. This is outrageous. Meng Wuya grit his teeth, his heart filled with hatred as he angrily slapped the armrest of his chair. He thought that Yang Kai and Xianing Chong were so engrossed in their love that they had forgotten the time. It had already been more than a month, yet the two of them still hadn't appeared, causing the masters of the 3 clans to wait here in boredom. Meng Wuya felt ashamed to face these guests. He had guarded Xianing Chong for so many years, teaching her with all his heart, and was Xianing Cheng's only family. But now, as soon as Yang Kai returned, he had snatched his precious disciple away from him. Meng Wuya knew that this time he had truly snatched her away. In the future, in Xianing Cheng's mind, he would likely have to take a back seat, causing him to feel a little sour. Amidst this sourness, there was also a hint of sweetness. His disciple had waited alone for 30 years, but she had not waited in vain. That little bastard Yang Kai had finally returned. This feeling was quite wonderful. Meng Wuya shook his head, his heart filled with mixed feelings. Down below, the several monster race great seniors and the demon general of the demon race stared at each other from a distance. The masters of the 2 races sat on opposite sides, their gazes clashing with each other, creating a subtle atmosphere that seemed to fill the air. Although the 3 clans had joined forces once 30 years ago, in order to compete for cultivation resources, there had been a lot of friction between the 3 clans. Among them, the friction between the monster race and the demon race was the most serious. Fortunately, the monster race great seniors and the demon general knew how to restrain themselves and did not take action personally, otherwise, the conflict would have definitely escalated. It was just the little brats below fighting, so it didn't really matter. However, not being able to see each other for so long was one thing. But now that they had come to 9 Heavens Holy Land together and had been waiting for more than a month in boredom, Meng Wuya felt that he was faintly unable to suppress the hostility between the masters of the 2 races. If it weren't for him, Ling Taisu, and Chu Ling Xiao, the 3 top human race Saint Realm masters, guarding this place, these wild fellows would likely have already started fighting. What a headache. That little bastard has fallen into the land of tenderness and doesn't care about the suffering of these old men. At this moment, Meng Wuya was cursing Yang Kai in his heart. What they feared had come true. It was unknown which great sage of the Yao clan or which devil general of the demon clan had lost their minds, but the people below were actually in an uproar. At first, there were only 2 people arguing, but the situation became more and more intense. All the great sages and devil generals spoke up to help their own people. The situation was a little chaotic. In the end, even Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan were dragged into this mess. Thunder Dragon, this senior has been in retreat these past few years, but has not been able to find a suitable opportunity to verify these results. Today, why don't we use this precious place to exchange pointers? Zhang Yuan looked at Thunder Dragon Great Senior with a smile, his eyes filled with aggressive fighting intent. Good. It just so happens that this king has had some gains these past few years and was worried about not being able to find an opponent. I have long heard that Brother Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal is unparalleled, and even Senior Meng suffered a loss against it. This king would like to experience it. Thunder Dragon smiled lightly, not showing any fear. Don't drag this old master into this. Meng Wuya suddenly became unhappy. After being hit by Demon Commander Zhang Yuan's profound heavenly seal, most of his cultivation had been sealed, forcing him to flee to the central capital to avoid disaster. This matter was the greatest shame of his life. Although Zhang Yuan had used the assistance of the spirit array at that time to defeat him, Meng Wuya was most unwilling to hear others mention this matter. Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan had already begun fighting. The two of them didn't make any big movements, simply releasing their divine senses and silently colliding with one another. However, the danger of this kind of battle was far greater than that of a normal battle. If one wasn't careful, both sides would suffer heavy losses or even have their souls destroyed. Everyone in the hall wore dignified expressions as the previous noise gradually subsided. No one dared to disturb them anymore, all of them staring nervously at the masters of their respective races, lest some kind of accident occur. The divine senses of third-order saints swept across the entire hall, and any master who sensed this collision couldn't help showing a look of shock. The battle soon reached a white-hot level. Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan both went all out, but the result was still a draw, with only a slight difference in strength. However, the faces of the two masters gradually turned pale and fine sweat began oozing from their foreheads as their divine senses collided with one another, creating an extremely dangerous situation. Meng Wuya and the others wore dignified and ugly expressions. They couldn't intervene even if they wanted to and could only quietly wait for the result of the battle between Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan. But judging from the current situation, the best result would be for both sides to suffer heavy losses. Once this happened, the conflict between the two sides would likely escalate, which was not something the human race masters wanted to see. Where did Yang Kai go? Ling Tai Su asked anxiously. Meng Wuya shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He had gone to Xianing Chang's secluded retreat a few days ago but had not found any trace of Yang Kai or his disciple. No one knew where they had gone. The situation isn't good. Soaring Heaven Sect Master Chu Ling Xiao frowned. Things developing like this was somewhat beyond his expectations. At that moment, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly came from outside the door. It's quite lively here. How come you've already started fighting? As soon as this voice fell, everyone saw a figure flash outside the door as Yang Kai and the black-veiled Xianing Chang appeared together. Everyone's attention was attracted by this voice, and when they looked up, their spirits couldn't help shaking. Many people had heard that Yang Kai had returned but hadn't believed it until they saw him in person. Meng Wuya, on the other hand, looked at Xianing Chang suspiciously, suddenly having a very strange feeling. After not seeing him for more than a month, his disciple seemed to have changed a little, to the point where he felt like he was looking up at a towering mountain. Little martial nephew. A tender cry rang out as a beautiful figure flew out of the hall and landed directly in front of Yang Kai. She grinned as she looked him up and down, clicking her tongue as she spoke. After a while, she gently nodded and said, after not seeing you for several dozen years, you've become more and more manly. Even Martial Ant's heart is rippling. Yang Kai's face went black as he subconsciously glanced over at Xianing Chang, awkwardly saying, Martial Ant, can't you act a little more dignified? Feiyu Martial Ant heard this and immediately rolled her eyes at Yang Kai, a flirtatious expression on her face. She had come here with Chu Ling Xiao. When she heard the news from Nine Heavens Holy Land that Yang Kai had returned, Chu Ling Xiao had immediately rushed over with the sect's 4 great elders. Now, as soon as they met, Feiyu Martial Ant was already acting like a playboy. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling warm. When he lived with his Martial Ant Feiyu on Soaring Heaven Sect's Qishou Peak, his Martial Ant had always been like this, often lying on the ground after getting drunk, her clothes in disarray, revealing her naked body, not showing the slightest intention of avoiding Yang Kai. Feeling his Martial Ant's enthusiasm again after several dozen years, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if he had been cut off from his previous life. Martial Ant is still in her prime. I won't grow old. Feiyu snorted before smiling. Sangyin, Ramaru, and Fei Jian are all here, as well as martial ancestor. Saying so, she turned her gaze towards the main hall. Yang Kai gently nodded and stepped forward, first exchanging a few words with his Sangyan martial aunt before arriving in front of Chu Ling Xiao and solemnly saying, "Disciple Yang Kai greets martial ancestor. Sorry for making martial ancestor wait." Good, good, good. No need to be so polite." Chu Ling Xiao nodded happily, releasing his divine sense to sweep Yang Kai and discovering that, as Ling Tai Su and the others had said, Yang Kai's current cultivation had reached an unfathomable level. Perceiving this, Chu Ling Xiao showed an even more amiable smile. "You're good, very good. Sure enough, you've carved out a new world for yourself. This old master is proud of you, and in the future, I'm afraid the important task of revitalizing the sect will be handed over to you. Martial ancestor is too kind. Disciple still has many shortcomings and still needs martial ancestor and Grand Master's guidance." "Good boy." Chu Ling Xiao laughed happily, exchanging a glance with Ling Tai Su, both of them greatly relieved. "Martial ancestor, please wait a moment. These two friends are a bit grumpy. Disciple will help them put out the fire first." Yang Kai grinned before turning to look at Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan, who were still fighting with their divine senses. "Be careful, don't hurt them," Ling Tai Su quickly exhorted. "Don't worry, Grand Master, I won't hurt them," Yang Kai said proudly, his divine sense bursting out and pouring into the void. A divine sense battle between two third-order saints. No one in the hall dared to interfere, but to Yang Kai, this thrilling divine sense battle was no different from a child's play. There seemed to be a hissing sound coming from the void as Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan both trembled, feeling their entangled divine senses being forcibly separated by a pair of invisible hands. This kind of strength made them feel a sense of powerlessness, unable to resist at all. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a halo of light burst out in all directions as Lei Tong and Zhang Yuan both retreated a few steps, taking a deep breath as they stared towards Yang Kai in shock, their eyes filled with amazement. He had actually easily separated them from their opponents. "Two friends, it's my fault for making you wait so long. I did encounter an accident which delayed me for so long. But there's no need for you to be so hostile as soon as you meet." Yang Kai looked at the two with a smile. Thunder Dragon took a deep breath, seemingly still unable to calm his mood, hesitating for a moment before cupping his fists and bowing. "Forgive my rudeness." Zhang Yuan was not a petty person, so when he heard Thunder Dragon say so, he immediately chuckled. "Many thanks, Yang Shangzhu. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. That's right, we all live under the same blue sky. There's no need to fight as soon as we meet." Yang Kai gently nodded, very satisfied with the attitude of these two. Seeing many people standing in place and staring at him strangely, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, "Sit down. There's no need to be polite. Today, I called you here because I have something to discuss with you." Haha. After learning that Yang Shangzhu had returned, this senior traveled day and night from the demon capital to the Holy Land, but I don't know why Yang Shangzhu has summoned us here today. The masters of the three clans have all gathered here, so presumably what Yang Shangzhu has to discuss is no trivial matter, right? Zhang Yuan asked casually, but his eyes revealed a deep sense of dread. When Yang Kai separated him from Thunder Dragon just now, although he did not feel much, Zhang Yuan knew that the current Yang Kai was not someone he could compare with. Chapter 1561. Did this little brat want to unify the entire Tongxian realm? Did he want the demon race and monster race to bow their heads? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan's expression became even more dignified. It wasn't that he was narrow-minded. On the contrary, Zhang Yuan was a very heroic person. Most of the masters from the demon race and monster race were like this, but as the demon commander, he had no choice but to consider this aspect. Thunder Dragon also thought so. If this really was the case, even if the demon race and monster race joined forces, they wouldn't be able to resist and could only resign themselves to fate. Hearing this question, Yang Kai glanced at him thoughtfully and chuckled. "Demon Commander doesn't need to think too much. I won't be staying here for long this time. I'm afraid I'll be leaving soon." "Leaving soon?" Zhang Yuan was stunned, exchanging a glance with Thunder Dragon, both of them extremely surprised. Yang Kai actually didn't have any ambition. Yes, the wonderful things in the Tongxian realm's territory made me forget to return, so I'm not going to stay here for long, Yang Kai chuckled. Thunder Dragon's eyes lit up as he quickly asked, is there something wonderful in the Tongxian realm's territory? If possible, can Yang Shangzhu tell us more about it? The other masters from the three clans also craned their necks and looked towards Yang Kai, listening attentively. Tell me, this old master is also very curious, Chu Xiaoxiao smiled. Although he had heard a lot about the star field from Ling Taisu after coming here, most of this information was from Yang Kai and Ling Taisu. Since Ling Taisu had never seen it with his own eyes, there was always something missing. Now that Yang Kai was here in person, he naturally wanted to investigate. Since martial ancestor has given the order, disciple naturally won't disobey. Yang Kai chuckled and pondered for a moment before continuing. There are indeed many wonderful things in the Tongxian realm's territory, many things we have never thought of before. Inside the hall, everyone listened attentively. Time passed slowly, but everyone listened with great interest. Their expressions gradually became more and more excited. The vastness of Star's territory amazed all of them, and the enchanting scenery and abundant cultivation resources in Star's territory made them yearn for it. Above the Saint Realm were the Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, and Origin King Realm existences that made them blush with shame. They deeply understood the meaning of the phrase, frogs at the bottom of a well. According to Yang Kai, most of the cultivation stars in the star territory had extremely rich world energy auras, so saints weren't anything special there. Only those who had reached the Origin Returning Realm could barely be considered masters, and only those who had reached the Origin King Realm could truly become master. Everyone's blood was burning and boiling. Their eyes flickered with a look of longing. They longed to have such a cultivation environment and abundant cultivation materials. They longed to advance further on their martial Dao and reach the legendary Saint King Realm, Origin Returning Realm, or even the Origin King Realm. Yang Kai didn't embellish his story and instead calmly explained his understanding of Star's territory and what he had seen and heard over the years. But this was enough. After he finished, everyone's mood fluctuated, and they were unable to calm down for a long time. Yang Kai had seen all kinds of wonderful and magical things, but all of them were back on Tongxian Realm, fighting for some of the resources that the cultivator in Star's territory didn't even want to enter their eyes. Some even considered garbage. This discovery made everyone feel depressed, ashamed, and even deeply ashamed. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon, who had been opposing each other tit for tat before, glanced at each other and smiled bitterly, suddenly feeling that their previous struggle had been very childish, very childish. The star territory is so wonderful, this old master can't wait to see it. If this old master can experience this kind of wonder in his lifetime, this old master can die without regrets. Chu Lingxiao took a deep breath. Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan opened their mouths, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, no words came out. The hall was silent for a long time before Zhang Yuan sighed and asked with some interest, "May I ask why Yang Shangzhu has gathered all the masters from the three clans here this time?" Hearing this question, Thunder Dragon also quickly turned his eyes to Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai responded with a smile. "I'm taking you to Star's territory." A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, causing everyone's body to shake violently as they stared towards Yang Kai with dull and excited eyes, none of them having expected him to say such a thing. It was undeniable that Yang Kai's previous descriptions had aroused everyone's yearning and curiosity towards Star's territory. They all wanted to see what Star's territory was like. But how could Star's territory be so easy to enter? They didn't have the ability to break into Star's territory, so they could only stare blankly, envying Yang Kai's opportunities and admiring Yang Kai's courage and strength. But now, Yang Kai had thrown an olive branch to them. Everyone was stunned. "Of course, I won't force you. This is just a proposal. After a few days, I'll be leaving. Those who are willing to come with me, those who aren't will stay. I came back this time for this matter," Yang Kai added. "Is that true?" Zhang Yuan stood up and stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. "Yang Shangzhu isn't joking?" Thunder Dragon also asked incredulously. Although they didn't know what kind of price they would have to pay to bring people into Star's territory, it certainly wouldn't be easy. If Yang Kai had the ability to do so, he would definitely prioritize his friends and family in the human race. But now he was actually offering this favor to the monster race and demon race. Both Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon couldn't help feeling a little disheartened. I'm not joking, Yang Kai replied seriously. Hearing his affirmation, Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon both froze. After a long time, Zhang Yuan asked solemnly, "Dare I ask Yang Shangzhu, what kind of price do we need to pay? Submit to you? Pledge our loyalty?" Haha. Yang Kai grinned, a look of ridicule appearing on his face as he said lightly, "Why would I need you to submit to me? To put it bluntly, the current me can flatten all of Tongxian realm with a single finger. If I wanted you to submit to me, there would be no need for me to waste so much time talking nonsense with you. I would simply use force to suppress you." Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon instantly began sweating profusely. They didn't think that Yang Kai was spouting nonsense. They had already learned from Yang Kai's previous explanation that his territory had reached a higher level of tyranny, something they really couldn't resist. This young man had already surpassed the legendary figure of his generation, the great demon god who was regarded as the supreme existence of the demon race. He had walked further and stood taller. Even if the great demon god was resurrected, he would only be able to look up to him. Then why did Yang Shangzhu? Thunder Dragon looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. "We're all old friends. If I can help, I'll help. I have no other intentions," Yang Kai said lightly. Zhang Yuan and Thunder Dragon both wore looks of shame, wishing they could find a hole to crawl into and never come out again. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Yang Shangzhu is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. This Zhang Yuan has been a bit too narrow-minded. If this Zhang Yuan has offended you in any way, I hope Yang Shangzhu can forgive us." Thunder Dragon also quickly expressed his apologies, his face filled with sincerity. "It's fine. You are both leaders of your respective clans. It's only right for you to consider the bigger picture." Yang Kai waved his hand lightly, indicating that he didn't care. If he were in their shoes, he would also consider things this way. The expressions of the two masters relaxed slightly. Although there are many wonderful things in the Star Territory, there should also be many dangers. If Yang Shangzhu takes so many people into the Star Territory, can he protect the safety of his clansmen? Thunder Dragon asked with some concern. "There will definitely be dangers, so whether you want to follow me or not is entirely up to you. Of course, you can also choose to stay. Perhaps Tongxian realm will one day regain its vitality and become like the other cultivation stars in the Star Territory. At that time, you will be able to sense a deeper level of the heavenly way and martial Tao. But when that time comes, it's hard to say." Yang Kai smiled lightly as he looked towards Xianing Chang meaningfully. Since refining the star source of the star, becoming its star master, and breaking through to the origin returning realm, Xianing Chang's aura had significantly improved, and the layer of gray that had always shrouded her body seemed to have lightened significantly. As long as she could continue to break through at this speed, one day she would be able to stand at the peak of the Star Territory. At that time, the entire Tongxian realm would benefit. This matter is of great importance. I ask Yang Shangzhu to allow me to wait a few days. I need to discuss this matter carefully with them, Zhang Yuan frowned and said. Naturally, Yang Kai gently nodded. Immediately, Yang Kai ordered his subordinates to take the monster race and demon race masters away to rest so they could discuss this matter. There was no need to discuss the human race. Nine Heavens Holy Land, their friends and family in the central capital, and even Soaring Heaven sect had all decided to follow Yang Kai into the Star Territory. Of course, there were also some disciples who were unwilling to leave their homeland and wanted to stay behind in their sects, so the human race masters had no choice but to comply. Not everyone had a fearless, adventurous spirit and was willing to gamble their life for an illusory dream. This required great courage and a yearning for higher levels of the martial Tao. However, overall, there weren't many people like this, with each sect accounting for about 30% of the total population. Everyone dispersed as there were still many things that needed to be dealt with. Soon, the hall emptied and Yang Kai walked towards a pair of beautiful twin sisters with a smile on his face. As Yang Kai approached, the breathing of the two women seemed to become slightly faster, as if they were very excited. Jiao May long time no see, Yang Kai greeted them with a smile. There had been too many people just now, so he hadn't had time to catch up with the Hu sisters, but now that he had some free time, he naturally wanted to talk to them. Moreover, they seemed to have been waiting for him here. The two women opposite him smiled lightly and said in unison, "Long time no see. How have you been?" "Good, good." Yang Kai nodded, his brow wrinkling slightly, a little confused. His eyes kept wandering back and forth between the two women, but he couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiao and which one was Hu Mei. This discovery made him scratch his head. After cultivating the twin chi shared spirit divine art, not only did their slightly different appearances become exactly the same, even their temperaments and life auras were the same. Just standing there, it was as if they were the same person. Moreover, their cultivations had actually reached the second-order Saint Realm, not the new Saint Realm Great Elder Su Hui had reported at the beginning. This kind of cultivation speed was a bit terrifying. Yang Kai secretly clicked his tongue. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.